Also, I muted, so my whole bit was ruined. My goodness. This is what happens when I try joking with you gigglers. Actually, I just read in this book that's called The Deadly Embrace, Hitler, Stalin, and the Nazi Soviet Pact 1939-1941 by Anthony Reed and David Fisher. It's a book from 1988. I believe it's from 1988. Wait, I'll double check. I will double check when it was published. Yeah, 1998 exactly. And I actually just randomly read a page from this book, and I read about the thing that I actually didn't know about this. That I think Zhukov called Stalin to tell him that the Soviet Union is under attack, and told him and asked Stalin for him to approve for the Red Army to defend itself. And he said that Stalin was speechless and did not give him that permission. Also, thank you very much. Unfortunately, this page does not have the berry thing. I might as well go here. And so Stalin not only didn't give the permission for the Red Army to counterattack, but also he instead held a meeting of the Politburo, during which he forbade building any permanent fortification because it might upset Hitler. Apparently, Stalin was really in a huge denial about Germany attacking the USSR, which is actually extremely interesting. So I will be very interested to explore this aspect of the whole thing. It is. It is scary, but on the other hand, I will explain everything in a moment. Apparently, some threats have been made very recently. I saw some articles from today and from yesterday. I'm gonna see if there are any articles in English about this. We're gonna read some articles. What makes this threat a little bit different from the ones before is that it's made from a pretty official and arguably reputable source. Like, I'm gonna explain it. I'm gonna explain everything. First, let us actually look a little bit into the person who made the threat. Before we discuss the threat proper, I want to discuss the person who actually made the threat. Because some people might be not really acquainted with the person. So I'm gonna turn on the page, as always with the default ptasie mleczko. Full screen because we're not gonna be playing a game to this. So, hello Lenitas, Somniosteric, Palmdead, Ellen Ware, and Fake Alec Kyle Parker. Hello Dexmex. Hello Miss Ellen, we're Iaconis. Hello. Did you hear about what happened last night on Sunday's stream? I heard a little bit about it. We can discuss it in a moment. But first, enter. My God. Don't worry. Some new static will get rid of all of this in post. Enter Sergei Karaganov. Enter Sergei Karaganov. Sergei Alexandrovich Karaganov, born 10th of September 1952. So, 3 years older than my mom. Is a Russian politician scientist who heads the Council of Foreign and Defense Policy. A security analytical institution founded by Vitaly Shlikov. He is also the Dean of the Faculty of World Economy and International Affairs at Moscow's Higher School of Economics. Karaganov was a close associate of Yevgeny Primakov and has been presidential advisor to both Boris Yeltsin and Vladimir Putin. He's considered close to Putin and Sergei Lavrov. You know? Right, so Karaganov has been a member of the Trilateral Commission since 1998 and several on the International Advisory Board of the Council on Foreign Relations. He has also been deputy director of the Institute of Europe at the USSR, now Russian Academy of Science, since 1983. So, here is the most important thing that I wanted to read. Karaganov, who is known as a close advisor to Russian President Vladimir Putin, formulated many of the core ideas that led to Russia's invasion of Ukraine on the 24th February 2022. So as you can see, he's not really some random talking head on Russian state TV, which makes me want to take what he says a little bit more seriously. Like, bear in mind that I think that the chances of the scenario that this person is putting forward actually happening is not very likely, but I think it is enough for us to actually discuss it, right? I think the fact that this person is of quite big importance, like one of the orchestrators of the current invasion. Like 1 week earlier, Karaganov explained that the situation is so dire that war is inevitable, as Russia could only achieve its goals by military means, since, unlike the United States, the dominant post-Cold War power, Russia had no political, cultural, ideological, or economic benefits by which to bring other states under its influence. Karaganov lamented that Russia's neighbors generally saw the West as offering more attractive political and economic models, and Russia therefore had no choice but to gain their submission by force. And this is also interesting. This is also interesting because it's talks of military goals. In April 2022, in an interview with the Italian newspaper Corriere della Sera, Karaganov stated that war was inevitable. They were a spearhead of NATO. We made the very hard decision to strike first before the threat becomes deadlier. He further said that war in Ukraine will be used to restructure Russian elite and Russian society. It will become a more militant-based and national-based society. Now, somebody should tell me that it's like bad to call Russia a fascist state. Pushing out non-patriotic elements from the elite. He also said that demilitarization means destruction of Ukrainian military forces. That is happening and will accelerate. Of course, if Ukraine is supported with new weapons, that could prolong the agony. The war will be victorious in one way or another. I assume demilitarization will be achieved and there will be denazification too, like we did in Germany and in Chechnya. Ukrainians will become much more peaceful and friendly to us. They will become more peaceful and friendly to us. Right? And now I will look for an article. If we cannot find one in English, which I think we should be able to find one, no problem, I will open all the Polish ones. So his name, we're gonna just copy paste it. Ooh. Let's see. Kremlin should ramp up nuke scare tactics in bid to force West to back down over Ukraine support, including telling Russian expats to leave vicinity of nuclear weapon targets, says hardline Putin ally. Sergei Karaganov said the Russian expats should be forewarned of any attacks. Karaganov said nuclear attacks would help break the West's support for Ukraine. So basically, what many Polish articles say is that Russia should use a nuclear weapon on a city like Poznań in Poland, and that the US president would have to be insane to risk a nuclear war with Russia over an insignificant city like Poznań in Poland. And that on the one hand, it would act as a deterrent for the West from interfering in Ukraine. And on the other hand, that the big powers will not risk actual nuclear conflict over an insignificant place like Poland. That is basically the logic of Karaganov. That, for example, it would be silly to trade. I think I don't want to misquote, so we'll probably somewhere along the line encounter this comparison. The Kremlin should advise Russians living abroad to evacuate potential nuclear attack targets, a hardline Vladimir Putin ally has argued. Sergei Karaganov, a chairman on the Council of Foreign and Defense Policy, said that Russian expats should be warned that they need to flee before any possible nuclear attack. His logic is flawed. The US would be willing to risk a lot to keep the use of nukes a taboo. Yeah, I actually think so as well. I'm talking about this because it actually comes. Yeah, I think I agree as well. Well, his logic is reported by the Daily Mail, to say the least. Well, I'm using the Daily Mail article now, but I have read several Polish articles on this, and they basically collaborated. I haven't read this logic in this article yet, actually. I'm taking the logic out of the several Polish articles that I've read on the subject. But yeah, I'm willing to agree with this, with your assessment, because I am talking about it because it came not from the typical TV talking heads, the propagandists, but from a fairly important politician who was one of the orchestrators of the attack on Ukraine. I will just remind you once again, I will read this. Karaganov, who is known as a close advisor to Russian President Vladimir Putin, formulated many of the core ideas that led to Russia's invasion of Ukraine on the 24th February of 2022. So he's not exactly a nobody, which is why I'm talking about this. You know? Karaganov claimed, actually the Polish articles did not actually write about the warning to the Russian expats. I'm reading this for the first time in this article. The Polish articles did not mention that part at all, the whole warning of the Russian expats. Here we go. Karaganov claimed that nuclear attacks on Europe would be necessary to break the West's continued support for Ukraine and its military forces. The Putin apologist was arguing that Russia needed to drastically escalate its rhetoric used around nuclear weapons as a deterrent for Western nations to back down from supplying weapons and munitions to Ukraine. He said if the escalation of rhetoric failed to do this, the Kremlin should start carrying out nuclear strikes across Europe. And he gave a Polish city as an example, which I wonder if it will be mentioned in this article. It is, okay. This is a morally terrible choice. We use the weapons of God, dooming ourselves to severe spiritual losses. But if this is not done, not only Russia may perish, but most likely the entire human civilization will end, Karaganov wrote in an article published on Kremlin-linked website Global Affairs, entitled A Difficult but Necessary Decision. Hello, Karasu. We are reading about the threats to Poland and more, actually. Poland was given as an example. He argued that there would be little likelihood the United States would retaliate with nuclear warheads in return because they would be too fearful of an attack on their own soil. This is the key part of the entire argument, and I see it's being repeated here. Only if there is a madman in the White House will America decide on a strike to defend Europeans, incurring a response and sacrificing, say, Boston for, say, Poznan, he wrote. There you go. So I think what I said tracks a bit. That it is a bit, yeah. He basically says Poznan is just an insignificant city in a very insignificant European, um, country. Why would the U.S. Why would the U.S. go to war, nuclear war, if Poznan was nuked? Yeah, but European powers also have nukes, such as Great Britain and France. Yeah, Karasu, but I think that this person called Sergei Karaganov might replicate this argument. Why would Great Britain risk London being nuked over Warsaw or Poznan? This is basically the logic. Again, very flawed logic. The US needn't use a single nuke to inflict irreparable damage onto the Russian military. Yeah, but the logic isn't about what the US can do or needs to do to inflict irreparable damage to the Russian military. The logic is that the US would not be willing to put any of its cities at risk of an attack of any type. That is the logic. That the US will not retaliate for Poznan because, well, basically it's the typical argument of the Russian shills, right? Why should the US put itself in danger for Ukraine or for Poland for that matter? It's the argument that I keep hearing in the debates that Dylan has against the Russian shills. Why should we risk nuclear Armageddon for Ukraine? They argue to do a first strike on the region because everyone will be okay to sacrifice the region. Yes, that is basically the logic, that the West will sacrifice this region for the sake of the safety of their own borders and the safety of their own cities. Even if the US has the capacity to cripple Russia, the logic is that it won't risk being attacked. I'm gonna read some chat now because the chat is a vital part of the streams. And the public argument of why should we risk an escalation actually will help to Russia to use nukes. Yeah, because it tells that no one will retaliate. Yeah. Let's see. The least the US would most likely go Gulf War on any Russian asset outside of the former borders of Russia. We may not use a nuke, but will without a doubt begin the overthrow of Russia. It makes a weird kind of logic, but I don't think that's how it would play out. Yes, spot on. It's the typical argument. Let's not forget they think that free societies are degenerate and cowardly. They thought Ukraine would have been abandoned. Yeah. Why would we agree to sacrifice anything? We absolutely would respond. They've made 1 billion nuclear threats. They've cried wolf so many times, no one will ever take them seriously. Well, this is a bit different because this is a little bit different because it comes from a more serious person, so to speak. It makes no sense, I guess, if they genuinely believe liberalism is all smoke and mirrors, but no, we take that very seriously. Of course, there's the pretty intense fact that from my perspective, if I were to die in a nuclear strike, it would not make me feel any better to know that the US would retaliate. I'm not sure if that would make me feel any better. As Lee says, who says it? Oh my gosh, the heart is... As Lucy says, who says it and also the context. Yeah, it is sort of important to remember that this isn't some talking head on the television. This person is a pretty serious actor in all of this. It appeals to those anti-war politicians in the West and anti-war people who argues the region matters less. This has to be taken. This has to be taken more seriously. You mean? Also, non-zero chance that stealth bombers would deliver bunker busters on the locations of people responsible. There are many alternatives to responding with nukes, and Russia loses in any bad action. Yeah, but I will way more seriously. I will repeat it once more, kitten. The logic is not that the logic is not about how the US will respond. The logic is that the US will not risk any of the US cities being destroyed. It doesn't matter how the US will respond in this argument. It doesn't matter if US will respond with nukes or with anything else in this argument. Because the argument is that the US will not respond at all due to the fear of their city being destroyed, any of them. But it might make those that don't get exploded feel better. Yeah. The only thing is even addresses is whether or not the US would nuke a Russian city. Yes, I understand the logic, but Russia has made this same miscalculation again and again. Well, usually it comes from the Russian state TV. The US has zero issues countering Russian forces outside of Russia at the very least. It comes as Putin earlier this week threatened that the war in Ukraine could turn into a nuclear conflict, sparking World War III. So it really sort of fuels the Russian shields around the world that debate, Dylan. I would remind people that the region has been traded away several times in history. Yes, that is very, very true. And the average secularist's suicidal, that is very true, especially after the biggest example of the region being traded away was after World War II, when basically, for example, Poland was given away to the USSR. A sham voting was done that established the Soviet-run government. And yeah, the region was just abandoned. That is what happened. Also, England and France against Germany. Yeah, the region was traded away for the global security many times. So the logic is not that flawed, considering that it has happened before. How Austria had become neutral but not Hungary, then promises in 56 to help, then cared nothing about that help. Yeah. So yeah. I remember reading recently that Belarus is accepting nuclear weapons deliveries or something now. Yes, that's true. And Lukashenko has made a whole speech in which he said that should Belarus be attacked, he will not hesitate to use nuclear weapons. Now, I hope this time it will be different, but it has to be pushed to be different. Yeah. Nuclear proliferation, what could go wrong? But yeah, Karasu is absolutely correct that this region has been traded away several times for global security, for global peace. It seems so antiquated. Well, unfortunately, some countries have not caught up with the times. Not exactly. Not exactly. Lukashenko is, from what I know, um, what's the word? He has the authority to use them, from what I know. Okay. It comes as Putin earlier this week threatened. We read this already. Uh, the despot warned there will be no winners, including America, as he threatened to escalate his invasion. Also, speaking of Putin, this is a bit unrelated, but on unrelated news, I also heard two different things, okay? I'm gonna smuggle two different topics into this wider topic. So, one, Putin has officially told within the last few weeks that Russia is actually lacking ammunition, rockets, and many other things, which we all knew, but Putin has said it officially now, and that Russia is working overtime to actually do its best to fill that void in the lack of ammunition and weapons, etc. So that's topic number one. And topic number two, which was also reported on, is that Putin does not care about sovereignty of Russia itself enough, so he is willing to sort of put Russia under the influence of China if it meant that China would support Russia in the war against Ukraine, if it meant that Russia could win against Ukraine, that Putin would be willing to place Russia under the sphere of Chinese influence. So that's the second topic that I'm smuggling into this whole conversation. Here we go. The United States pretends also moving the missiles to Belarus isn't about the capability to launch. It's about making Belarus also a nuclear player, basically. Since Belarus is a Russian puppet. The United States pretends not to be afraid of an escalation of the conflict in Ukraine, but sane people there clearly do not want to take this to a third world war. See, this part here, I will repeat it because it's pretty important. The United States pretends to not be afraid of an escalation of the conflict in Ukraine, but sane people there clearly do not want to take this to a third world war. So this is directly appealing to people like Playing with Fire and all the other people that we saw debate Dylan Burns on the topic of Ukraine. You might as well it might as well be directly addressing those people. Right? And threatening Poland specifically. Yeah. There are described barrels. So yeah. Despite the increased rhetoric, NATO head Jones Stoltenberg said there were no signs that Russia was preparing to deploy nuclear weapons. And I am inclined to agree on this with them. I think that we should go, because even if those statements are being made by a much more important figure within Russia, I believe that that Dylan Burns has a pretty good standard when it comes to judging how serious Russia is about the whole nuclear threat thing. Like, is Russia using more specific language? Like, if this and this happens, we will attack. I think this is a pretty good way to judge, because even though it is said about quite an important figure in Russia, I think it's still pretty vague language, right? It's still along the lines of, if the West continues, if the support continues, we might need to nuke Poznan, and the West would be silly to retaliate for Poznan. Right? So I think we should take this more seriously than something, or at least Dylan has some connections that who might be able to judge. Yeah. It is important how Russian media and other players react, and yeah, I think so, yeah. It would be pretty nice to talk to Dylan about this, actually. So I also think this is also a test how the US will react. But I do think that even though this is more serious than when Russian state TV talks about it, I still believe we should not overly panic about this, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? I think this is to be taken more seriously, but I don't think there is need to panic. Probably after a week or a few weeks, he will be away-ish. Yeah, and Dylan's connection is not quite good at the moment. But exactly that is the reason why they probe. Yeah, I know. So I think it's sort of important to report that on this, to talk about this, and to treat it more seriously than, as I said, Russian talking heads on state TV. But I don't think there's need to panic. I mean, technically speaking, I should be panicking the most, if anything. I am in the country that has been told to, that has been designated a target. What is this somniostatic? Oh. It's difficult to take it seriously as often as Putin talks about special bombs. Yeah. But I think it's worth discussing. I do hope China will act behind the scenes to criticize this. Is not some important investment in Poznan specifically by China? Oh, I actually don't know. I know Poznan is actually a pretty important city in Poland. I've been to Poznan once, actually. It's It's a pretty beautiful city, but it's also not a small city. I also remember when Poland, and greetings to Lucy's editor, Somniostatic. Karasu is saying hello to you, Somniostatic. Also, I still remember when Russia got really angry at Poland for helping Ukraine the way it does, for accepting all of the refugees, for doing all of the help. And Russia barked at Poland by saying, "You better be careful, Poland. We will wipe Warsaw off the face of the earth in 10 minutes. So, but that statement about Warsaw being wiped in 10 minutes, I'm pretty sure was made by a TV talking head. As President Biden said yesterday, we remain committed to the collective defense of the NATO alliance. A White House National Security Council spokesperson said, pictured Joe Biden waves as he walks away after speaking during the League of Conservation Voters annual Capitol dinner at the Anthem in Washington, D.C. on June 14, 2023. Yeah, there is car industry investment in Poznan by Chinese. But I did mention the mini topic of the sphere of China, if it means support Russia in the war against Ukraine, which I doubt will happen, but if it would happen, it would also be a pretty big game changer in my opinion. Since, as I've said, stream is lagging. Okay. Since, as I've indicated, Putin also very recently has said that Russia does not have enough ammunition, weapons, and other drones and other things needed to continue a prolonged war, which is interesting to hear that from Putin, who used to talk about Russia having the newest weapons, the best weapons, and how he is openly talking about now Putin's rhetoric is, we do have the weapons, but we do not have enough of them, right? He uses that language openly now, and he is speaking of Russia doing its best to produce the necessary amount to continue the war. Right. It is a bit strange. Regular cargo rails, they plan to which okay, so there's big interest of China in Poland, which we'll see. We'll see if China would criticize this, and if Russia would, if China would be a good deterrent. NATO head Jens Stoltenberg said there were no signs that Russia was preparing to deploy nuclear weapons. Alliance headquarters in Brussels, Belgium, 14th June 2023. A White House National Security Council spokesperson told The Times they condemned Karaganov Karaganov's threats and suggestion of nuclear weapon use. They told the publication that his comments were reckless and irresponsible, and rubbished his reasoning that the US would not deploy nuclear weapons if a NATO ally came under attack by Moscow. So As you can see, the US response to this is already, well, no, we actually won't be scared, because we have to remember that there is, okay, you know how I said that the argument of escalation in World War III is a go-to argument of all the Russian shills of in all of the debates that we have heard so far? You know about this, right? But there is actually a really good counter argument that people like Dylan Burns use during the debates. And the counter argument is, if we allow a nuclear power to just bully the West, for example, into getting what it wants, then that would mean that small dictators would just rush to get nuclear weapons in order to be able to attack their neighbors without nuclear weapons and get their way, because they would just, say that they would start the nuclear Armageddon. That is a very bad precedent to allow this sort of thing to happen, that if a nuclear power attacks other country that does not have nukes, that it must get its way, because otherwise they will start an Armageddon. And I think that's a fair thing to say, that it will sort of just embolden Russia to get more and more and more. If this sort of threat would be taken seriously, and you have to remember one thing, okay? If the US or Western Europe would back down with a threat of attacking Poland, right? If the West would cave under the threat of attacking Poland, do you know what this would de facto mean? That means a carte blanche for Russia not to just invade Ukraine, but also Poland, right? Because Poland supposedly is supposed to be safe because of being in NATO. But if the West just caves in, if Russia says we will attack Poland with a nuke, then it would basically be like a permission for Russia to attack Poland. Hello, Maya Major. At least in my opinion. This could let people use limited nuclear war, tactical nuke usage more. Yes, exactly. And keep in mind, when the invasion of Ukraine started, and I've said this a few times at least, many Polish people were appalled. Well, Poland is militarizing, especially recently has been militarizing. Yes, it will also mean that NATO is defunct. And Poland is a NATO member, yes. And that is supposed to give Poland security. And keep in mind, in this region of the world, Russia has a very specific reputation. There was a poll when the war has begun, and I think over 70% of Polish people said they believe if Ukraine falls, Poland will be next. And they said Polish people said that it didn't matter that Poland was in NATO. Many Polish people thought that Russia would attack Poland either way. And as proof, because answering in a poll is one thing, Words are cheap, but Polish people en masse started emptying their bank accounts when the war started because they were afraid of an imminent invasion. So let's just say Russia has a reputation. Whole Europe is militarizing, yeah, which is really, oh god. So yes. As President Biden said yesterday, we remain committed to the collective defense of the NATO alliance, the spokesperson told The Times. This goes back to our historical experience in the region. Yeah, it does. Unfortunately, it does. That the region often had been traded away for global peace. Yes, that is, unfortunately, it is absolutely true. It comes as Belarus President Alexander Lukashenko said his country has started taking delivery of Russian tactical nuclear weapons, some of which he said were 3 times more powerful than the atomic bomb the US dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945. The deployment is Moscow's first move of such warheads, shorter range, less powerful nuclear weapons that could potentially be used on the battlefield outside Russia since the fall of the Soviet Union. The step is being watched closely by the United States and its allies, as well as by China, which has repeatedly cautioned against the use of nuclear weapons in the Ukraine war. Well, that makes me feel a bit better that China is not approving of this whole thing. Hello, good for Gaby. Or Gabi. We have missiles and bombs that we have received from Russia, Lukashenko said in an interview with the Rossiya, one Russian state TV channel, which was posted on the Belarusian Belta state news agency's Telegram channel. The bombs are 3 times more powerful than those dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, he said. Well, this sounds, as scary as this sounds, it's actually pretty obvious that the nuclear bombs now are much more powerful than those back then. It's actually more of a scare tactic than anything else, because I think everybody knows this to be true. When we nuked Hiroshima, the Earth's atmosphere was disturbed on the opposite side of the globe. Yeah. God. We are already literally Article 5 moment. Yeah. Poland is important to China in economical interest as accesses to Euro markets, so they won't be happy with that, I believe, yeah. But think about this. We are already literally on the cusp, on the brink of ecological disaster when it comes to the global warming and everything. In the meantime, there are talks. There is an ongoing ecocide in Ukraine, which will affect the world, not just Ukraine. And we speak of using nukes. Like, Vladimir Putin, right, and Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko speak during their meeting at the Bocharov-Ruchey residence, Sochi, Russia, June 9, 2023. Putin and Lukashenko eat together as they hold a meeting at the Bocharov-Ruchey residence. Lukashenko, a close ally of Russian President Vladimir Putin, said separately on Tuesday that the nuclear weapons would be physically deployed on the territory of Belarus in several days and that he had the facilities to host longer range missiles too if ever needed. Yeah, now we are ready to burn and destroy the remaining agrable lands. Yeah, that is a great point, Karasu. And we will potentially have a bad harvest this year too. So more food price rise, more refugee crisis. Correct. They quite literally do not care about the world ending regardless of cause. You're making me nervous, Alan. The Russian leader announced in March he had agreed to deploy tactical nuclear weapons in Belarus, pointing to the US deployment of such weapons in a host of European countries over many decades. The United States has criticized Putin's decision, but has said it has no intention of altering its own stance on strategic nuclear weapons and has not seen any signs that Russia is preparing to use a nuclear weapon. Lukashenko told Russian state TV in the same interview, which was released late on Tuesday, that his country had numerous nuclear storage facilities left over from the Soviet era and had restored 5 or 6 of them. Lukashenko, who has allowed his country to be used by Russian forces. I'm gonna pause this. Oh no, it's just running. So weird. Lukashenko has allowed his country to be used by Russian forces attacking Ukraine as part of what Moscow calls its special military operation, has said the nuclear deployment would act as deterrent against potential aggressors. Belarus borders 3 NATO member countries, Lithuania, Latvia, and Poland. Right. Putin is a cheeky boy. So yes, here we have the Polish articles that talk about this. That is not the article. The Russian politolog about war in Ukraine. Let us drop a bomb on, let's say, Poznan. The enemy must know that we are ready to do the first strike for all current and future aggressions to avert a future thermonuclear disaster, says Sergei Karaganov. To minimize the risk of a counterattack from the US, Karaganov proposes attacking Europe. He does not speak clearly on what part of Europe he wants to strike, but from what he wrote, you can see that he means the central part of Europe, mainly Poland. And he adds only if a madman was in the White House, and in addition, a madman that would hate his own country, the US would decide an attack in the defense of Europeans. So yeah, there we have it. Oh, wait. This is actually interesting. This was not part of the English article. Do the Russians want to go to heaven? The use of nuclear weapons in Ukraine was proposed several times by the president himself. Even in 2019, he said he said a surprising sentence. We do not need a world without Russia. And then he added that in case of conflict, our enemies will simply die and we will go to heaven. So as you can see, we have more than one side of death cultists in this conflict. We have quite a few death cultists in this little conflict, as you can see. And then the last semi-official threats of using nuclear weapons in Russia were made in autumn last year. After that, the only people making such threats were television propagandists, which some of the experts have taken as the preparing of civilians for the use of such weapons. The West has not remained indifferent to the Russian threat. The ex-commander of the American Army in Europe, General Ben Hodges, has announced that in case of an nuclear strike on Ukraine, NATO will sink the entire Russian fleet, the Black Sea Fleet. Up to this day, only the propagandists were not treated very seriously. They were threatening an attack on the NATO countries, the propagandists. Karaganov is the first pretty serious, at least used to be serious, says in brackets, analytician who proposes and even thinks that a nuclear strike is a necessary requirement in order to win the war in Ukraine. So yeah, this is like the article from rp.pl. RP stands for Rzeczpospolita. And we think also, oh, there we go. Na temat ontopics.pl. Bizarre threats of a Russian expert. He warns that Russia may use nuclear weapons. And here we have basically the repeat of the saying. Karaganov says directly, we have to renew the we have to make the threat of using a nuclear weapon something that is respected again. And he reminded about the placement of tactical nuclear weapons in Belarus. Broni is weapon, yeah. In the article of Karaganov, there is a repeat of the thesis about the deterrence for the future to be able to happen. It is necessary to defeat um, the it is necessary to defeat the defiance of the past of the West. If this is not done, almost for sure a full-fledged and finally the last war of humanity will begin, he warned. And right after, it's the repeat of the statement about the madman in the White House that would retaliate for attacking Poznan. Right? So there you have it. What do you think? I personally think, once again, I will repeat what I think. I think that since this is made by a more reputable expert, we should probably take it more seriously than threats from TV heads. But I, at the same time, still think that it's not quite as I don't think it will happen, is what I'm trying to say. It is a probing and a scare tactic made by a more reputable source. We should take it seriously. We should be looking at the situation closely, but we should also not give in to fear or panic, because this rhetoric, as I said before, feeds into the arguments of those who would ask for the support for Ukraine to be cut. It will happen. I'm going to volunteer to help in the region, Lucy. Thank you. Thank you. So yes, it's a topic that I would like to talk to Dylan about, but I think he won't be able to in the nearest future. So yes, it might sound very strange considering the topic, that if you have enjoyed this segment as much as a segment like this can be enjoyed, then please press like, subscribe, the bell, etc. I think also it goes without saying from me as a person that lives here, I think it goes without saying that I think no matter how many threats like this are being made, I am hoping that, it won't affect in any way support for Ukraine. It should remain strong. And in fact, I think Ukraine should receive more help. And I think that Poland's response to this sort of threat would be to even more strongly support Ukraine. That is my belief. That is my opinion on the subject. Just so it's clear. It should be increased. Definitely it should be increased. I think NATO and US shouldn't do the same if it had been keep the message of retaliation. I agree. See, the argument was that US not care of the region, yeah. And I think it should just be, as I said, increased the help to Ukraine. You know? It should not be allowed that a nuclear power is just able to bully its way into conquering its neighbors. It should not be acceptable, especially since we've already seen that from the perspective of Ukraine being occupied by Russia, not to mention conquered by Russia, would be disastrous for the Ukrainian population, civilian population. And Ukrainian people understand this to the point where, when asked, they have said that even should Ukraine be nuked, Ukrainian people would not stop fighting, which should tell us a bit about um, what is what the stakes are when it comes to this war. So yeah, I think for the time being we have basically exhausted this topic. This is our main topic for today. I saw this today and I really wanted to talk about it. And of course, there are other aspects to the recent situation, like the fact that I might have it open actually. One moment. It's not part of the segment anymore, but I might have. There you go. We could treat it as a mini separate segment actually, because I find it to be equally as important as the whole nuke threat actually. Russia has long kept it a secret, and now Putin is talking about it directly. This is from the Business Insider, a Business Insider article. Putin admits that Russia does not have enough drones, planes, and ammunition for the war in Ukraine, even though throughout the whole year it has been increasing production of the military equipment. So I think this is a pretty big thing as well, that Putin is not even trying to pretend now that Russia is in perfect shape, that Russia has everything that it needs. He says pretty directly, we do not have enough, right? Which is I'm not gonna lie, from my perspective, this is always a pretty positive thing, although it might also make Russia more desperate. Vladimir Putin admitted that Russia lacks the means to wage war in Ukraine. According to the state media, he said many things are lacking, such as ammunition, planes, and drones. Yeah, the sanction of high-tech or necessary resources of high-tech weaponry had been working. Yeah. This is the second time this week where Putin has commented about the weakening ability to continue the war. But how can that be true? Yeah, drone means drones. You're learning Polish while I do the segment with you all. But how can that be true with Putin's tan being so majestic? I thought Russia could never fall short on any resource. Well, apparently that's not exactly the case, as it turns out. We continue. The Russian leader Vladimir Putin has publicly admitted on Tuesday that his forces lack ammunition, drones, planes, and communication equipment needed for the war in Ukraine. During the special military operation, which is an invasion, a war, we will not use Russia's language when it comes to this. We will not obfuscate the truth. It became clear that we are lacking a lot of things said to the state media during a press conference. They are precision ammunition, communication equipment, planes, drones, and so on, he added. We do have them, although we do not have the we do not have a sufficient amount of them, explained Putin, quoted by the Russian agency of an information agency Interfax. Right? According to the data which Putin gave, the deficiency has been noted even after Russia has increased its production of military equipment. So they tried to pump out more weapons, but apparently it did nothing good, and there's still a big lack. This year we have noted a 2.7 times increase in the production of the main types of weapons and 10 times increase if in the most needed areas, said Putin. And it says that it's the second time when Putin talks about this. On Friday, he said in a statement on the internet page of Kremlin that his strength, that they lack the necessary amount of modern weapons for the war. On Friday, Putin has said that Moscow is working on filling this lack of weaponry, and that the Russian military industry intensifies the increase when it comes to the production of modern weaponry. The last comment of Putin is a big contrast between what is there's a big contrast between what Putin is saying now, that they are lacking weapons and they are trying to produce more modern weaponry, and what he has been saying last year, where he was bragging on the military forum that the Russian weaponry is the most modern in the world and that it's decades ahead of the competition. Lately, his tone has shifted. He speaks that Russia must improve its military potential. At the end of last year, Putin has called for the weapons industry to increase production and increase its efforts when it comes to developing new weapons. And at the same time, he started speaking of new problems arising when it comes to the defense sector. So as you can see, this is a pretty big topic in its own right. The Western experts, and do they even have the ability to do that? That depends. That probably depends. I think it also depends on how much outside help they can get from places like China, which seems, at least so far, it seemed pretty unlikely that they would get it. That was my big worry actually when the war has started, that somehow Russia would be able to get support from China, but that does not seem to be a realistic thing. Iran has been supporting Russia, I think, I'm pretty sure. So I think Turkey, yeah. Yeah, I think it was Turkey. You're right, yeah. I think there was also a thing about Egypt sending some stuff to Russia as well. Oh my god, I'm forgetting the word. Oh god. Drone, yeah. One moment. Why am I forgetting such simple words? I bet I would. Maybe I'm just. It's stage fright. Office worker. My god. Western experts and office workers say that the Russian delivery of advanced weapons and equipment have been equally affected by war in Ukraine. There were a few reports that the um losses of Russia have deeply affected their supply, and they have started using tanks from the times of the Soviet Union that were produced right after World War II. Up till the publication of this article, the Defense Ministry of Russia have declined to comment, has declined a, you know, uh, when asked to comment, a request to comment. There we go. I just learned I could have just read it all in English. Now I feel really stupid. But never mind. You have seen that I'm a pretty good translator. You have seen that I'm a pretty good translator, so it's okay. But this is a pretty big topic as well, I think. Maybe when Putin said their weapons were decades ahead, he meant that they are out of resources in the same way everyone else will be a few decades from now on. Rolling on the floor was good though. Thank you. I did my best, even though I could have just clicked on the English article and read it outright, but I think it's more interesting when I translated it. It made it more personal with the audience and stuff. And my mom has told me that there have been news which I didn't find from a Polish, pretty reputable. It is authentic. It is from a pretty reputable source that. Thank you. Putin has get rid of the bots and automation. True. Fight the machine. That's true. Apparently, Putin has indicated that he does not care enough. True, live translators or interpreters, as they are called. Apparently, Putin does not care enough for the sovereignty of Russia itself, that he just cares about winning with Ukraine, and he would basically sell out Russia to China in order to achieve that outcome. We gotta go, but I'm glad I could cut some of the stream. Thank you for coming. Thank you very much for coming. So yeah, that's basically it. There was one other thing, because we're gonna move on from this topic. There was one thing. If Karasu could remind me, there was an important. Okay, so this is the true nature of the regime. I think so. I agree. Yeah. I basically think so, yeah. That as long as Putin's basically attitude is as long as he can win, he doesn't really care. If China invests in and Putin still controls the distribution of the resource, Putin regime won. Irrelevant if this is negative to the Russian. Oh, wow! Okay. I'm gonna continue with Russia because you've reminded me of pretty important topic. I read about this in Polish. We will look for an English. Russia deal with China will hurt Russians. I'm gonna look for the newest one. Last week. This is the Orban Putin system. Yeah. So, there we go. Allnet.pl from 30th of March. There are deals that Russia is making with China to increase the censorship of the internet and many other things. Here we go. This was from March. Then bullet points. The China offers Putin the blockade of YouTube in Russia. Putin, after the talks with Xi Jinping, has agreed to help strengthen the censorship of the internet. Have talked a pro-Kreml publication Octagon. So there you have it. And apparently Putin is really keen on winning no matter what the cost for Russia itself is. Control over redistribution of the old neoliberal system to buy political allies. Yeah. Okay, now we can move on from the Russia topic that we have discussed this. I'm really hoping that I am being informative in any way when it comes to this. I hope you're enjoying the stream and I hope you will stay for more. What I'm wondering is, because there was a thing that I really wanted to cover. There were quite a few things I wanted to cover, to react to, since we've done an original piece of our own. I wanna... Oh yeah! I wanna talk with the chat a bit as I look for the thing to react to. Don't stay long, Dylan. Oh, we can watch this as well. So what happened on the President Sunday stream yesterday? I've been told about it, but I have no clue. Can anyone tell me? So what happened? Can anyone tell me what happened yesterday? Anyone tell me? I caught the very end of it and everything was on fire. I don't really know. Okay, this is what I know. I missed most of it. He was debating someone, I think, about spicy. There was a debate? You didn't tell me there was a debate. Oh. How did that go? How did that go? What is President Sunday's view of DK's girlfriend anyway? Yeah, if you could find it, we could cover it. Yeah, please find it. And I'm gonna... Boots is a smarter actor. So that is President Sunday's view of Boots? That she's a better actor than DK? Is that it? Is that basically what you're telling me? Or am I misunderstanding? Also, smarter. Not necessarily better. Okay. Also, I have to tell you that it seems that I will be soon on my first panel. I'm gonna DM you, Carazo. Okay? I'm gonna DM you if you don't mind. Real quick. I'm gonna DM you real quick if you do not mind me doing so. The SN cover was triggering personally. I'm gonna be on a panel by Wick. It's gonna be about... There isn't... I don't think there's a secret when it comes to talking about panels, right? I don't think there's this... You should watch this chat reply if you're gonna watch the stream. I'm gonna watch the stream, yeah. I'm a terrible communicator and public speaker, so I have no advice. It's okay, I'm gonna prepare for the panel. It's about affirmative action. It's gonna be about affirmative action, apparently. What do you think my stance is on affirmative action? While we're at it, I'm gonna see if you know me. I'm gonna see if you know your favorite streamer. I'm gonna see what you think of your favorite streamer. I cannot find... Huh. Oh my god. One moment as I fix technical difficulties, okay? One moment, please. Oh my god. Why is... I'm a bit annoyed now because I'm trying to turn the window on of the game, but I cannot because, yes. Affirmative action is the Obamacare of social policies. In vacuum, not good at all. In practice, measurably better than not having it. Yeah, spoiler alert, I'm gonna be on the pro affirmative action side of the panel. Spoilers. Just so you know that you can safely root for me. Oh, whatever. I'm just gonna turn this off. I'm gonna add another one. That's okay. What was the Ethan thing? Can you tell me what the Ethan coverage was about? Here we go. Pearl Lady. Okay, I'm gonna make the game quieter because for now we're gonna be doing some. Okay, where's the link? If I was talking with a TikToker or something, a woman who basically anti-divorce and pro. Oh my god. Yeah, I can certainly see why that would be a trigger. I can definitely see why this would be a trigger for some people. Depending on how close they are to the situation, right? That could be a pretty powerful trigger, actually. Watching me, watching you. So I will zone out if you cover it, you don't mind. I'm not sure if I will be. We'll see if we will see the fragments that have. If it will come to the fragments that were upsetting to you, we will just skip ahead or do something else. That's a good question. Rose is not here, sadly. Okay, let's begin. Let's see if there's. Let's see how this. Let's see where Somiostatic has linked it. I'm surprised that the fake Alec Kyle Parker is not in the chat right now. Okay, let's continue. If it will be too upsetting, I will just change the menu. Oh, you are here. Okay. I just haven't seen you chat in a bit. Okay, if I see that it's about the abuse thing, then I'll just skip that part. I don't think we need to watch the. I don't think we need to watch the abuse part. I think it's okay. set.
It'll be the next theory stream. Once I'm done the natural law video, that's taking up all of my theory brain at the moment. Because I am digging into some stuff for it. The hardest one right now is the ontogeny of information. So busy. Although
Busy bee.
I recently read the God Script from Jorge Borge, which is the funnest name to pronounce.
It doesn't look like have you finished it? It looks
really recommend. I'm reading
the thing is,
and I'm going to be doing something on that for something.
Such a fast reader, President Sunday. I should do my best as well. Should read more. What a failure I am as a President Sunday orbiter.
They released new gameplay for Armored Core 6 recently, and holy shit, I'm so excited, yeah? I'm looking
Sorry, what screen setup? Oh. Okay. Isn't the video cut too much, or is this okay? Is the video...
Do that.
Yeah, is that okay?
Actually, it's not true. I have played an Armored Core game, so I haven't...
Okay, I guess it's not.
But.
Okay, I might move it a little bit. Since... Oh, God. Might as well move it a little bit. It won't interrupt the game. I might as well move myself a bit. And now we've had a pretty elegant thing. You can crop the game if you want. You can crop... Yeah, that's a pretty nice.
Would like to play more of that at some point. Okay. One thing I wanted to look at very quickly before we press on. Just because I had an amicable conversation with Beckett of Crabs recently. As amicable as it can be.
Who?
I want to see Stardust's end of this. So,
Stardust? No one told me about Stardust.
What have we got here? Where's the source for this? The doxing situation. Here we go. So there's two doxing situations going on. There's a threat by Nutsa Erudite, but there's also a weird little fellow by the name of Elder Drazi. This gets a little less silly and pointless when you realize what's going on here, because the stakes... Not yet. Because you realize that the stakes are actually quite high, and this is something that has been occurring to me a lot recently. There is a little industry in YouTube drama where as
okay, I don't think this is going to be about the thing that triggered you, Kara, so I don't think that's gonna be the Ethan thing. I think this is gonna be the spicy chat thing. Not sure why, but it began with Stardust. Okay. So it's the Chud Logic drama manufacturing industry. Or something.
You reach total market saturation. Original content is increasingly difficult to find, and one of the ways to farm original cringe...
That is what happens when your only claim to fame is drama, when you don't really have anything to add or contribute, when you don't really know anything on any subject, when you don't really have anything to, well, produce on your own.
Content is to...
It's like those sort of vloggers that try to make every vlog of their day super exciting, but sometimes they need to play around and sort of manufacture the excitement. I think that's pretty comparable.
Sort of generated internally. And so Mr. Girl did this in his own way, and recently Chud Logic's been doing this in his own way.
Everybody has their own way.
I mean, often the people who are the victims of this have made themselves vulnerable to it, and often they even deserve it, but the danger I'm increasingly becoming wary of is, as I think we'll see from this coverage, we're not going to go over the whole thing, it's like 3 hours long, just enough to get the flavor. is that say you get a Mr. Girl type, someone who's about as optically bad, but they're not as successful.
Okay.
And maybe they're not only are they not as successful, maybe they don't really have sort of the wherewithal to deal with the backlash. Mr. Girl commodified the repulsion that people had to the things against the things that he was talking about
True.
with respect to himself, his history, his non-consensual activities with certain unnamed partners, the abuse that he claims is real, that he recorded live on camera and published for money.
Yeah, I remember that.
Regardless of how much of that is stimulated or actual documentary, he claims it's actual documentary, and I'm inclined to believe him. There are people for whom that is simply the reality, and I can think of few things as dangerous for a lot of these people than to have it made the centerpiece of an extended freak show, which unfortunately is what Chudlogic, who I once counted as a friend, astonishingly, um, has devolved to. I was actually watching like a really old Chudlogic, not even that old, like a year and a half old, and it's night and day, like the transformation that's taken place. We've gone from
I'm really starting to understand why a bunch of Chat Logic fans will attack the chat. I don't. Wait. Hold on. How do I make the chat visible? I wanna have I wanna keep an eye on the chat here. Okay. The video has increased now. I have to adjust it. Our perfect setup has been sort of, there we go. For a moment there, our perfect setup has been disturbed, but don't worry, I've got my hand on the pulse. So it's gonna be fine. It's all gonna be okay.
conscientious person with actual values and ideas and actual, well, what he allowed us to think were friendships, to an insane frothing at the mouth, just hungry. Ooh, look, there's a freak in my audience. I can capitalize on this, like just no soul.
Yep.
Um, here's the danger. Uh, it's only
That's
a matter of time
correct.
until somebody kills themselves as a result of the massive amount of horrendously negative attention that these people are getting. Um, I don't have anywhere near the history of an Elder Drazi or a Mr. Girl or someone like that, and it wears on you. Like
Who's Elder Drazi
just the
again?
sheer numbers, it does stuff to you. And I can weather it. Mr. Girl apparently can weather it. Apparently a lot worse. I would not expect the average person to be able to weather this, especially when they don't have anybody on side, when they're only being ridiculed. And I become very wary of the real life consequences of this. And you
Right.
can say, like, hey, look, they made themselves vulnerable. They put this out there to be ridiculed by other people. Uh, and maybe that helps you sleep at night. But a lot of these people don't have the judgment or the wherewithal not to do this. And then
True.
behind the scenes, even if you have no compassion for them,
It's not even about not having the judgment not to do this. They will, I think they will, God. It can be a combination of things, right? Keep in mind that some people put out pretty. This has been a thing in the whole 2016 skeptic commentators, when people were doing pretty neutral or not really in any way strange videos, but they were still mocked and harassed. So sometimes you're just targeted as a lol cow, slash TM.
whatsoever. They have families. They have people who love them. They have people who are dependent upon them. They have real lives outside of this. And if you're feeding into a destructive process, maybe they're actively involved in facilitating that, but then so are you. And
True.
from a purely cynical standpoint, one of these people does something to themselves, or something happens. The public perception will not be that it was their fault. They will be looking at the people who ridiculed them leading up to the event. They will be looking at the fallout for the people around them that took place after the fact. And so there's a lot of there's an argument apparently going on between a bunch of people in the sphere about whether or not people in ChudLogic server or ChudLogic or DK or whoever technically dox this Eldrazi person. Look at context when we go into it. Or whether
I need to know who this Eldrazi person
OPSEC,
is.
he put his name out there, connected with like whatever and things of that sort. The issue for me is not whether doxing takes place. The issue for me is, I mean that would be bad by itself. But the primary issue is whether or not that's the case. You are playing with fire. It is so easy. It is so easy for that to get.
Recorded the phone call for... Oh, okay, yeah, I remember.
We'll see. We're not going to go very far into this. I do want to get into amnesia.
I remember.
Alright.
Damn, I did bash the person for that as well. Maybe I'm part of the problem as well.
Of course not.
Maybe I should hear this.
Maybe there's... Yeah, maybe we should give some preamble.
I did
or actually hang
bash that person over the whole interview thing. So I am sort of addressed in this segment. Which I should take into consideration when watching.
I thought she had published an actual video on this.
I
suppose it's just the, I guess it is this one. So she's talking to Zanya here. Zanya's somebody I have regular disagreements with, and I distrust her judgment on a lot of things. But she's also intelligent, and she does have a conscience. It's different from mine, but it is there. So I am optimistic that she is taking part in this.
Posting it, knew that he was...
Okay, here we go. Okay, good. So she's going to give preamble. Very quietly, though. Let me boost the volume a little bit.
Yeah, do boost it, yeah.
Chat!
Oh,
Can
dear
you hear
God.
them?
That's loud. Okay.
Can you guys... Okay, one
God.
one last thing, and then they'll be able to hear you.
Meta jump scare, true.
I'll forever hold
Test,
your
test.
peace.
Hello?
Yeah,
Hello,
now it
hello?
should be going. Now it should be going through.
I
Okay.
will not make it in time, I don't know.
Alright. I don't know what you guys were talking about for the past 5 minutes because I'm working off a laptop here and I'm still in the UK.
Friendship with Zonia over her not reading this one. Can't forgive it.
Not reading what?
Mistborn, one of the best fucking books ever. But like really, it's like the entry to an
Oh, that's Doobie. He's talking about Mistborn. I'm reading Mistborn on Doobie's recommendation.
even better
Huh.
series of books called the
It is good, actually.
Cosmere. And I'm gonna shield this fucking book series forever. Okay, fuck you guys.
Jesus, calm down.
Oh, awesome.
Should
Cool.
read it too, sorry.
Calm down.
Okay,
Um,
sure.
So, is Doobie cutting out for you as much as he's cutting out for me?
He cut out a little
That's
bit
my
for
fault.
me.
I was munching on almonds, so I was like letting go of the push talk earlier.
Ah, okay.
See what the chat
We'll
says.
hold on to it more, okay?
Alright.
Destiny. That's the wrong one, Sunday. If you notice something weird in the chat, tell me.
Okay.
Hold
All
on
right.
to
Well,
it like it's a Mistborn novel, like it's a first print edition, first printing Mistborn novel, signed by Brandon.
I'm actually
Sanderson.
gonna go to Dragonsteel in November. Like they just put out the
Yeah.
announcement that tickets are available. I'm literally gonna go to that. Okay.
Okay, let's jump ahead a little bit. This is
Huge fucking.
This is, yeah, you should jump ahead. Probably should.
MOBA. Just
Okay, here we go.
straight off the bat. Thank you. Guys, welcome to the stream.
Welcome.
We had a disagreement yesterday about whether what happened to Elder Drosy was doxing, whether, regardless of doxing, it's weird, whether there should be any actions taken on it. I'm here more to like moderate because I
Okay, wait. What happened where? In the video? In that video that Chad Logic did, there was no doxing, right? You mean like the spicy chat? Was that person doxed in the spicy chat? Is that what happened?
Well, I think, like, okay, so my stance on this is like by everything that I've looked up online, most sites that talk about doxing will classify what happened with Elder Drosy at least as spreading dox information. Whether you want to moderate or that or not is really none of my business. I don't really give a fuck.
Can anybody tell me, or
they want to. But I think it's kind of.
I'm super unfamiliar with this situation.
Nothing. People aren't doing anything like sus or doing anything that's like red flaggy, while somebody's like at that moment posting that person's name in a chat. You know, that's my stance on it. My stance is don't get offended at people calling things out and calling it shitty and calling it creepy. If your if your stance is to like not police anything, that's fine. Don't police anything. Just like be honest. Like I don't give a fuck, right? If you're offended by things, I feel like you have the right to be offended by things if you're actually like I don't know doing things to remedy the situation, you know. But that's just my opinion. I think it's shitty. I think it's slimy. But as far as like whether people should moderate their communities or not, I don't really give a fuck. I'm just not going to engage. But I think Doobie has is a little bit further on one side for me, and Zonia's on the other side. Zonia, I believe, does not consider this doxing. Doobie does consider this doxing.
Can someone explain what happened, what the doxing was?
How
that's odd. I thought I was under the impression Sonya did consider it doxing.
this should be dealt with. So I don't know if you guys wanted to just kind of like get into it.
I wonder if she's available to talk. Actually, hang on. Maybe she can just break this down for us a lot faster.
Yeah, that would be great if somebody broke this down for me because I have no clue what's happening. And they're talking about the dogs. They're not talking about the Chad Logic video that we've watched, right? No information was in it.
Yeah, I mean, I could present sort of my
Make
angle if you want, or my view of it.
a bit louder, please.
So okay, so the reason
God, her
why I
audio
don't
is
think
so
it's
low.
doxing,
Yeah, it is. It really is.
It was literally the for his TikTok account, right? And it was very much available, very easy to find. You didn't really have to do any digging or anything. And so them posting it is like an asshole-ish move because the people who were posting it knew that he was at that point not wanting people to know his real life name. I believe he changed his TikTok account name at that point, and so wanted people to not post it, right? But
okay.
the
cat Star suddenly fix the audio. Let's bring the game back down. Okay, that is frustrating.
It's out of the bag at that point. It's fresh in everybody's minds. It's on everybody's tongues, right? So I don't consider that in itself to be doxing. Maybe when time goes on and people forget about it and aren't talking about it anymore, if people were to go and dredge it back up, like find it in old, archive.org snapshots or something, and then dredge it back up, that you could probably consider to be a little bit more in line with doxing. But even then, I think it's kind of iffy. Because doxing, when we think about like what the technical definition of doxing is, it is revealing.
I'm not the biggest fan of judging something on technicalities,
revealing
but
somebody, like being able to track them down IRL. So doxing typically is a vector of information, which would be
always weirds you out how this whole group of people spend their lives splitting hairs over how much of a piece of crap you're allowed to be. I don't trust any of. Yeah, it's really strange to use this argument of technically speaking, this is not bad, or it is a pretty bad argument to use, in my opinion. Yeah, you're right.
information where you can track them down IRL. And the original term had to do with what reporters would do to people that they reported on that they didn't like, and they would dox them by providing, hey, this person, here is their address, or here is where they work, right? And so it's considered to be a vector of information that leads to the person IRL. And the situation with Eldrazi, it is, I would argue, fucked up, unethical, something that people shouldn't be doing. But I don't think it meets the criteria of doxing. And
why not?
I think also it's just because of the fact that it was freshly available. Everybody was talking about it at the time. It was on everybody's tongues.
Who made it available?
We can't really go too hard on the people who were talking about it at the time, because you need more time and space for it to no longer be part of the discourse in order for it to drop off of the collective conscience and and become something that is now lore in the past, that if people dredge it up, then that
would... Yeah, the stream is much better? Okay, we'll go with that one. This thing's 4 hours long, though. Is this time-stamped?
Should be.
Where do I go?
God.
Normie's had enough of the nonsense.
Like, somehow I just reacted to that one-shot logic video, and I did not feel... Somehow I did not feel the need to drag up someone's real name or anything. This is so weird. Why do people feel the need to do such things?
Does roast beef come in that? It looks like a ham. Weird.
I don't... What?
Oh my gosh, Beatnik, thank you for the support on Ko-Fi.
It does look like ham,
And,
by the way.
Okay. What are we...
I openly support both Star and Chud. Yeah, I mean, fine. Totally fine. I just have a disagreement with him. Yeah. So, I mean, it's not just normal beef, it's roast beef.
Okay.
It's roast beef. Thin cut.
Amazing.
Wafer cut.
Oh, God.
Wafer cut roast beef.
Only you're not filled with jealous hatred, I guess. It needs to become lore.
Damn, now I'm hungry.
I'm not even sure what that means,
Look,
to be honest. That something needs to
we
become
have beef.
lore.
We have beef to get through.
You're so funny, Star.
He's just
my thoughts exactly.
Cleavage and lunch lady.
Honestly, my thoughts exactly.
Damn. Well, I'm lost. Well, welcome, Wabberjack Sparra. Don't worry, you'll be caught up soon.
Okay.
Are these dad jokes or puns? I cannot tell. I don't know, Bonnie. All I know is that I have beef. And, you know, I have to, I have beef with Chud Logic.
Wow.
I have beef with Chud Logic.
Incredible. That's incredible.
So, here we are, reviving my Twitch career. And I have beef. I know that this is not a picture of beef, this is a picture of a goat.
What's goat meat called?
So when you said he was the goat, I didn't realize it was a goat. It's the perfect still.
We found
I think
it.
it's pretty funny.
Common name for goat meat is simply goat. Yeah.
I actually might make it. If there are no more enemies after this.
I think it's pretty funny. I asked a couple people, is this too mean? They said no. And you know.
Is it really that
Oh,
funny?
you want me to hydrate?
Oh my god.
Dude, they have the same beards? I know. Yeah, so...
Mutton.
I asked a couple of people if it was too mean. They said,
Oh wow, we did it.
you know, plus they make meaner
That's cool.
thumbnails. I can do this. I can just see a kid with Chud's face on it jumping off all the other animals in the barn.
We get it.
True.
Chud has funny
yeah,
face.
we
let's
have beef, guys. We have beef to get through.
get through the beef, please.
We
True.
have beef to get through.
Oh God.
We do.
So painful.
You know this dude eats beans for breakfast. Number 1.
Oh, thank God.
What happened? A timeline of everything so far. Number 2.
This is so painful.
Detailed breakdown. Everything. Aspiring Devil says, honestly, like with the Keffels blowback situation, you can't deal in edgy humor and insult flinging and then complain about others using it. I agree. Okay, introduction. Before we get started, I want to make a few things clear because I know from the
Don't you made a PowerPoint presentation?
get-go people are going to make claims about me. Alright? Hi, Dimer Boy.
No, don't talk to Dimer Boy. Presentation.
One, I don't care how
First
Chud Logic moderates his server. I don't care how edgy Spicy Chat is.
You already said that
I
a couple of
literally got
times.
kicked from Spicy Chat for being too edgy.
Okay.
If any of you guys know, I did use the F slur in Spicy Chat a long time ago. I called somebody an F slur and told them to kill themselves.
Amazing.
And they didn't
Oh,
ban me for that,
fudgesicles.
but then later on, I told multiple people to kill themselves and
Amazing.
I begged them or something. And so I got kicked later on for that. For I guess like telling multiple people to like neck themselves or whatever.
Stardust is so great. So amazing.
So
Yes, you're very cool, Star.
who has done it a few times? I mean,
I can see that.
Oh, please, just for the love of God.
So
I can see that I'm really earning my #1 Prison Sunday Orbiter status. Thank you. Thanks for letting us know. Thanks for letting us know that Stardust. Yeah. It was like vital information to know that you've told many people to kill themselves. Wow. How edgy. Amazing.
oh, yeah, the first time I
2.
yeah,
What's 2?
again, I am not telling anybody how to moderate their server. and
Oh
not
my,
telling
she's
anybody
still talking about it.
night where all I was doing was posting like
Here we go. Okay, what
weird
happened?
inflated furries
Finally.
and stuff. So, yeah. Okay, timeline of events. And I
Okay.
need to fix this.
No, you don't. We'll just read it. Eldrazi makes a video about a job he thinks is a
No,
scam.
you
It's
don't.
pretty cringe. Oh, that's the shirtless one. Okay, yeah, it's coming back to me. The video is a little out there. Eldrazi gets clowned on in Chudlogic's community. People get curious and search through
It had to come back to me as well. I mean, I criticized that person as well from that video, how he conducted himself with the in that interview. I have to ask my audience now, am I part of the problem when it comes to this whole Eldrazi person? Did I become a part of the problem by reacting to that Chud Logic video? I expect serious answers. Somiostatic doesn't think so. I am genuinely wondering, like, maybe. Maybe. I think what happened is that they all sat and obsessed over him and dug up all his info over the course of a few days. So we just kind of laughed at him being an asshole and dropped it. I mean, yeah. I mean, I do think the person's... I didn't even remember that Eldrazi was this person. But I do think still that the person's behavior at the interview was pretty inappropriate. I do think it lowers your chances of landing a positive interview if you ask your potential boss if they're a scam. But, but I don't think the worst thing happened in the Chad Logic video. I'm not...
Elderdrazi's social media and find that his TikTok has his full name on it, because Elderdrazi is not a very smart man. More digging ensues. Chadlogic covers Elderdrazi's video on stream and invites him on. After poking fun at him for the video, Chadlogic asks how Elderdrazi feels about the community making jokes about him. Elderdrazi says he doesn't mind being joked about, but he is concerned about the pictures and digging people have done. They discuss further. They go back and forth on whether it was malicious or not. Chadlogic gets defensive, says that Elderdrazi's info has been censored since recently it had not.
Okay.
Chadlogic blames Elderdrazi for putting his info on the internet. Elderdrazi says he never denies that he made mistakes, just that he is answering Chadlogic's questions. Chadlogic brings in others such as DK and Stylo who deny that what people are doing is malicious, and also deny that people have been posting Elderdrazi's info recently. They also claimed...
Okay. I think I got the gist of it. I'm just gonna say that in my opinion it is absolutely malicious. Why else would you share other person's private info? To contact him and become friends in real life? Of course it's malicious. Don't even try to pretend it's not malicious. Right? I think we all agree here, right? That it's pretty ridiculous to sort of pretend that a thing like this is not malicious. Like, you have to be in, like, either in denial or just a huge liar to claim that this is not malicious. So now I think I'm starting to get what happened. Okay. Yeah, I think it's doxing, yeah.
Not been deleted. Alright, I guess the first thing to do is to look at that.
I cannot believe...
I can't either, Chud. Okay, here we go.
True. He says that a lot, by the way.
Oh. Oh yeah, and side note, so the call in question was Elderdrazi, for whatever reason, recording what he thought was a phony job interview, and I think in the course of which he published the interviewer's phone number or information or something like that.
Yeah, I think that happened or something.
Okay, let's pull this up. This fellow.
Right.
This is the world we're in now, guys.
It is.
Time on this. Okay. I hope.
I'm really enjoying Jack and Guard, which is why I'm leveling the weapon now.
I guess. Is there a does the conversation happen here?
Wanna level some weapons.
Is this him talking to Elderdrazi, or is this more of the video? Illegally records a bit with job interviewer.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not here. We'll watch more Stardust first.
Would be unethical.
Okay. Doobie, what's your...
Okay.
What
Oh, wrong one. Hang on. We want this one.
Thing. I don't need the animation. Okay. Timeline of events. I don't have the date on when Elderdrazi first made the video about the job. I don't know when that was.
Okay, we've read this. We'll jump ahead to the next slide. DB finds evidence of people posting Elderdrazi's full name while the call is going on. Chudlogic bans 2 people for posting Elderdrazi's info for a very short time, and then lets them back in. Doobie, Zonia, and I discussed the Elderdrazi issue on stream, so that's this one. And this is from June 6th. This is a solid 8 days.
So a token banning, I guess.
Doobie and Zonia argue about whether what happened to Elderdrazi is even considered doxing, whether that's relevant.
I think it's doxing,
Name and
yeah.
city.
I think it's doxing.
Spicy chat. I think I missed that one. Chudlogic covers the Doobie Zonia Stardust convo, doubles down on his positions. Continues to claim that Google is more of a risk to Elderdrazi than chatters, specifically digging into Elderdrazi and posting pics of his wife and ex-girlfriend. That's kind of like arguing that the bullet is more dangerous than the gun. Claims that people haven't been collecting information in his server. claims that it was only one photo of Eldrazi's wife shared, and it was a public promotional one.
I mean...
Okay, well, if he promoted his wife under the name Eldrazi, then that...
I mean, if you're looking actively into someone's private information when they do not want the information to be public, that's doxing, definitionally, no? Even if the info is, like, the fact that the information is easy to find does not make it not doxing, in my opinion. It's just doxing that's easy to do. Right? Like, it's immaterial if it's easy to find or not. What's important is that the person does not want their private info to be out there, and people purposely dig it out. I bring his wife into this because that's what those people do.
It's fine. There's nothing you can do about that.
Like, the only argument that I'm hearing is that the chatters or whoever, they're just saying, oh, we've made it easy for us, which is not a good argument against doxing.
Give me a second here.
Oh my god. It slides about
So where we are in the
internet
timeline.
weirdos.
Yeah, it's also different from not so, because I will just preemptively beat away the comments about Not So Erudite, because Not So Erudite's situation and President Sunday was different, because as far as I know, Not So Erudite did actually put her real name out there publicly, right? She didn't exactly, like, didn't have to go out of your way to search that info. She put it in all of her, like, Not So Erudite stuff, or at least some of it, correct? Is that correct? Or no? I think that's correct. I'm pretty sure President Sunday said he only used the information that she put under her Not So Erudite umbrella. Yeah, that makes, yeah.
People get curious. So at this point, where we're going, where we're about to go is right after Eldrazi's made his video about
So the Eldrazi thing seems like a pretty
Shut it down.
cut and dry case.
President Sunday, I don't know if you care, but in this document, Stardust accuses me of doxing Drazi. I have never typed his name out in any Discord or search engine. She included my name and then blurred it.
Pretty Tony.
Really? Okay, well that's not cool then, if that's indeed true.
Okay. What I said in Discord, I asked her to release what I said uncensored, and she refused. I guess that would be pretty crappy to do, if it's true. Yeah.
canceled. I just disagree with him, right?
Tony, DM me the...
Oh, that person is lying and is in spicy chat. I think they're doing some weird kind of psyop. Oh. Will it come out during this stream? Will that come out during the stream? God, why does everything concerning Chud logic have to be so convoluted?
the details about that so I can see.
And, you know, I'm in a fighting mood. Especially since coming back from vacation. I especially want to fight. So...
Good for you.
Do you, though?
Anyways, where we are.
I have stealth earbuds so I can listen to stuff at work. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here, Arkyle. I really appreciate it. I appreciate any person. I know what brought you to this stream. It's Drakengard, isn't it? Unfortunately, it's on mute. So you should take a peek on Drakengard from time to time, so see the glory. Actually, to break the misery of this little React segment a bit, thanks to Connor, we've watched a play, Yorha, in the Near Automata world that takes place a couple of years before Near Automata and was really good. I really, really enjoyed that play. It really makes me want to go to the theater. I think the theater and plays have this special sort of atmosphere and feel that you don't really get from a movie or other mediums, if that makes sense. I think the theater has a very specific feel to it. Seeing real people sort of act out things on stage, it's very different than in a movie, for example. And I like it a lot. So when my mom gets out of the rehab center, I will want to go to the theater with her, probably. You all should go to the theater more often as well.
Eldrazi's just made his video, and the video is super cringe. And we are at the part where people get curious and search through Eldrazi's social media and find that his TikTok has his full name on it.
Okay, let's jump ahead a little bit. Let's go, okay. What is doxing? I don't need to know we know what doxing is. Let's jump ahead a little bit further. Okay, what are we looking at here?
Apparently some people don't know what doxing
saw
is.
these messages. Hang on.
Chud and Spicy because DK ass jabbed you. I did not turn on Chud. I still like Chud.
Okay.
Yes, you have the right to be wrong. Thanks. I appreciate getting your permission. This is just Eldrazi has a website, but it's not functional. Is Blink LLC an AV company? Yes, located in Michigan. Do we know what state Eldrazi is in, unrelated to previous?
Okay, I'm keeping my eye on the chat.
And I think this is the message that kind of alarmed Eldrazi. So when you see Eldrazi talk to Chud later, I think this is the one that he's kind of like alarmed by. I was just looking through the building, and the company is registered with a PO box. No one text Eldrazi on TikTok, and ask help to help him his radio setup. Do not pivot to his personal information using this. Eldrazi's OPSEC is actually insane, like it's bad. This is not untrue. This is not untrue. Given that Eldrazi's name was found in multiple places, like I don't think Eldrazi disagrees that his OPSEC was not great. Moba, thank you for the 10 euros.
Star,
There's nothing wrong with what I'm seeing here. This is people talking about something that's floating around. They're not going out of their way to publish this stuff. Pull that shit up. Pretty Tony, block. Tony says there wasn't a dox here. I'm inclined to believe him. People pulled up Eldrazi's city-state, pictures of his wife and ex-girlfriend. That's kind of gross. It's kind of important to know who the people are, though. Don't just say that and implicate an entire community. Here's the trouble with Chudlodge's community.
Right.
There is
an
endless
That's
amount
fair.
of leeway given to extremely toxic behavior that can actually have pretty serious consequences, and it does bleed into the real world.
Yeah.
There are also a lot of people there who don't do that. It's very poorly policed, essentially.
Community, yeah.
And the problem I'm running into here...
And there are many different types of people in it. I guess that's
I
fair.
don't know who specifically she is referring to or who anybody is referring to when they implicate Spicy Chat in particular.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Particular names, and I need like a discrete and clear chain of causality. It's not enough to just say DK's an asshole, therefore...
Everybody is.
Unfortunately, somebody doing bad stuff in one place doesn't make them culpable for bad stuff unrelatedly in another place.
Right, yeah.
Apparently, DK also published some of this material. That, once again, it depends on whether or not this material, if there's actually an ethical obligation to not publish this, and that really depends on the manner in which it was published, what was being done with it, what Eldrazi was doing with it, stuff like that. Like, if he was actually promoting images of, for example, his wife, or his work, or his name under his TikTok, which it sounds like he was, then he promoted himself. That's not even sharing a docs. That's sharing information that
I see.
Published. It's like if Jordan Peterson decided all of a sudden to call himself Elder Lobster.
That makes it a bit...
Referring to him as Jordan Peterson, despite the fact that he was appearing as Jordan Peterson on stream.
That makes it a bit different, yeah.
And like still had his old social media up.
Well, that would make it sort of like the not so erudite situation, right? If the Eldrazi person really had a different social media under which he had the real name, etc., right? That would make it like the Like the example that President Sunday just gave.
Jordan Peterson with his face on it.
I did not
Doesn't make a
know
lot of
that.
sense. There's a little bit of a difference in that he's already famous, so there's, you know, it's cat truly is out of the bag there, whereas Eldrazi's a nobody. But once again, the issue here is not doxing. The issue here primarily is the ethicality of I think the endangerment of this person by hyperfixating on this as content. That becomes more of an issue for me.
Okay.
Buck Squander, do you want to come on and chat? I've spoken to you briefly. I don't know. Oh, I see Boots is here too. Oh, we got the whole gang, don't we? They were trying to figure out if you lived in one. Boots, do you want to come on and chat?
Okay.
You're historically lucid, so that can probably clarify things. No pressure. Otherwise, if Bug Squander wants to come on.
Lucid. Lucid.
Okay.
The Empire is strengthening its siege. We must strike at them now.
Oh, Zanya's here. Oh, Zanya developed a write-up, apparently. Okay. We are in weird territory, my friends.
Oh my goodness. So I guess the whole situation is a little bit different than I've assumed.
Yeah, sure? Okay. DM me. Yeah, I saw that, Zanya. Thank you. I guess I'll need to...
But at least it sort of
Someday I'll have this sorted.
confirms that I didn't contribute into this whole mess.
Cool.
So the person was promoting his information on some other social media from what...
This is one of those things that seems boring, but it actually does have some serious implications. Okay. Here are the bullet points of my position. This is Zanya. On the Eldrazi / Spicy Chat incident. Okay. First and foremost, I think it was unnecessary meanness directed toward Eldrazi, but this is also a known element of Spicy Chat that comes with the territory. Spicy Chat is an opt-in channel with a clear disclaimer to its denizens who are tagged whenever there is an update to the disclaimer or rules. It is intended to be a minimally moderated free speech environment. The baseline rule is to not break Discord TOS. This, however, is done regularly, but that's beside the point. Or risk the server being taken
Neither
down
here nor there.
Guidelines violations, plus some general basic guidelines set by Chud and DK. Even if you do break Discord TOS guidelines, it might not be addressed or cleaned up right at that moment due to the hands-off culture of the channel. So there's a culture of self-moderation where spicy chatters police each other to clean up their shit if it's too risky. If you consistently show that you can't handle spicy chat, you will probably get quote-unquote soy cucked and banned from the channel in order to keep both you and the server safe. From what I understand, Eldrazi didn't feel harassed. He mostly just had a problem with spicy chatters posting pics of his ex and his partner, but especially his ex. I agree with him that pics of his ex and partner were too far. The justification from spicy chatters is that Eldrazi was publicly interacting with his ex's Twitter on his main account that we all interact with, and that they then saw on her account that she had posted an advert or promo.
Why is that person so...
And so she was a very public person.
Interesting for people to
that account.
Obsess over.
This isn't a valid justification, in my opinion. Eldrazi's relationship with us and his content creation has nothing to do with his ex. And her justification given for them posting pics of his partner are that he was sharing her TikToks on main. I also think this is not a good justification, as she has no involvement in Eldrazi's politics or content.
Yeah, kind of weird.
Make her fair game. So far as I know, she's not putting her opinions out there in any way. We would naturally discover without us having to dig our way through Eldrazi's life to get to them. This is the principal issue that I have. It's the collateral fallout.
Right.
It's not the culpability of Eldrazi for his docs. It's the fact that, once again, making content out of this in this particular way and bringing in other people in his life who are only tangentially related by dint of having any relation to him, that gets dangerous. Once again, I don't have first-hand experience of the details, so I'm going to have to defer to people who were paying closer attention.
I didn't even know that this Eldrazi person has promoted his real information on some other social media like TikTok, so I'm basically learning about all of this from this video.
Somebody loved being a spiceoid. I mean, I made light of it, but honestly, there were things in there that I didn't like. Didn't like what I was seeing.
Unsurprising.
I remain, referring to Zanya, in spicy chat because I know what the conditions of the environment are and I'm confident in my ability to handle it without it negatively affecting me.
Okay.
If I thought I couldn't handle it, I wouldn't remain there. There are people shit-talking me and digging into my life all over the place in various communities that I have zero knowledge of, and so it does not affect me. Likewise, spicy chat has some of that element at times, and if you don't know about it, then it does not affect you. I don't know if that's true. Spicy chat is also more than just shit-talking and heckling and such. Just because it has some of that element does not mean that this is the ultimate nature of spicy chat. It might be the defining one, though. That's the trick, right?
Yeah.
It depends on what actually has the ultimate impact and what actually affects other people. Once again, like I'll say this readily, there are people in there who are pretty decent, and I've been treated decently by some of them. But there are also people there who treat other people really horrendously. People who have done nothing to them.
Well, that's standard in those sort of
They
communities.
regard the people they're targeting as freaks, which is
Yep.
poor justification.
That is standard in those sorts
Shit-talking
of
and
communities,
heckling are just a
of
natural
course.
byproduct of a more free speech focused space. No, I think it's a byproduct of a free speech
It goes without saying.
focused space with no ethical standards. That is, I think, the principal issue there. If you choose to join, like, you can have free speech between decent people who set limits for themselves, and free speech between people who whose only real interest is in obsessively mocking other people.
Yeah.
Just obsessively picking apart strangers because it makes them feel good for some reason. If you find later down the road that a space like this is too much, you can leave. Dragging is what happens in spicy chat out to Twitter or onto a stream. Dragging what happens in spicy chat out to Twitter or onto a stream is where the real damage is done, because then it is no longer confined to spicy chat. If I'm passing over sentences, the ring light is like blinding me right now. I have to turn that off in a little bit. Complaining that Chud is not moderating spicy chat is a waste of energy because he does not give a shit. Let's be real. Because it's designed to be minimal moderation and a free speech environment. Complaining that spicy chat is doing too much digging into.
He doesn't give a crap about a lot of things.
And city and state immediately available. One click off their Twitch homepage, and on the very same Twitch where they discuss risky and controversial topics that can easily make them enemies and turn them into a target for those with dogmatic disagreement is beyond ridiculous. I agree with this. That's not digging. That's public information. I don't think the issue here is doxing. This is not to excuse the behavior, but simply to point.
Let me listen to this again.
An impact and what actually affects other people. Once again, like I'll say this readily, there are people in there who are pretty decent, and I've been treated decently by some of them. But there are also people there who treat other people really horrendously. People who
okay, I think.
And they
I think we have to move a bit forward, actually.
Shit talking and heckling are just a natural byproduct of a more free speech focused space. No, I think it's a byproduct of a free speech focused. The principal issue there. Space with no ethical standards.
Okay, right.
That is, I think, the principal issue there. If you choose to join, like, you can have free speech between decent people who set limits for themselves, and free speech between people who whose only real interest is in obsessively mocking other people. Just obsessively picking apart strangers because it makes them feel good for some reason. If you find later down the road that a space like this is too much, you can leave.
Okay.
Dragging is what happens in spicy chat out to Twitter or onto a stream. Dragging what happens in spicy chat out to Twitter or onto a stream is where the real damage is done, because then it is no longer confined to spicy chat. If I'm passing over sentences, the ring light is like blinding me right now. I have to turn that off in a little bit. Complaining that Chud is not moderating spicy chat is a waste of energy because he does not give a shit. Let's be real.
Yeah, he doesn't, Jerry.
Because it's designed to be minimal moderation and a free speech environment.
He does not,
Complaining
yeah.
that spicy chat is doing too much digging into a public figure's life when they make their first and last name and city and state immediately available. One click off their Twitch homepage, and on the very same Twitch where they discuss risky and controversial topics that can easily make them enemies and turn them into a target for those with dogmatic disagreement is beyond ridiculous. I agree with this.
Okay. So this actually changes what I've been saying about the doxing thing a lot. If this person has linked his private information to his Twitch, then no. Just clicking on the link that he has provided himself is not exactly doxing, no. To me, it boils down to easy victims deserve it. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. But in this case, it is a very strange case of the person linking their private information on their social media like Twitch. Like, I thought you needed to do some more active digging to find this person information. Like, at least, I don't know. But I will agree that basically people in the environments like the spicy chat are, in my opinion, desperately looking for the next Christian. For the next big, quote unquote, lol cow to just obsess over for years to come. This is basically where this behavior stems from. Especially since it creates this environment of people justifying to themselves being absolutely horrendous because the person deserves it in their mind. And this is probably such case.
That's not digging. That's public information.
Right, yeah.
Here is doxing. This is not to excuse the behavior, but simply to point out the futility of making a big fuss about it. Nobody should have taken this whole thing beyond the scope of spicy chat in the first place. It was self-contained until certain people started going to Twitter to complain about it and taking it to their streams to complain about it. I wasn't going to cover it on my own stream until I realized how far it had spread beyond spicy chat, so I changed my agenda last minute to cover it because I felt it needed some sanity from a spicy chatter who doesn't want to engage in the dogpiling.
Spicy chat. Spicy chatter.
Who could speak both in defense of spicy chat while covering it responsibly without, quote-unquote, soying out or exacerbating the issue. None of what happened to ED should have happened.
Let's check that.
Maybe spicy chat needs some more.
Let's go, Boots. I never saw the pictures of Drazi's significant others, not denying someone posted it, but I never seen it. I agree, by the way, I don't like things people said to the... Okay. These people write books about themselves. Said Somiostatic in the chat.
Clear warning.
Autobiography on the comeback.
You may be subjecting yourself to and opting into it, similar to what Kiwi Farms has. Not suggesting that Spicy Chat and Kiwi Farms are the same, but they are both free speech focused spaces. Similarities go a little farther than that, but I will
yeah.
Not as bad as Kiwi Farms.
But I think, okay, I will just say, okay, it is not the same thing, but it is in the same genre, okay? It's the same genre.
ED is not a shitster, and from my experiences with him, he doesn't have a mean bone in his body. I'll confirm that. He doesn't deserve the kind of treatment, but he makes himself quite vulnerable, and that can make him a target in certain environments, or once certain environments take note of him. Void forbid any autistic Kiwi farmer ever take an interest in him.
Also keep in mind that if they cannot be the same as Kiwi Farms, because if they were, they would be breaking too many Discord TOS things. So they physically cannot, even if they wanted, they cannot be, right? So they can at best be in the same genre because Discord actually has certain limitations that will not allow them to be quite like Kiwi Farms.
I'd ask that people go easier on him, as he's not a malicious or cruel person, and he's not known for making enemies or stirring shit, but I also am acutely aware that anyone who would berate ED is unlikely to give two shits about my ask, and so I find asking such is a futile waste of energy. My issue is the fixation on the public-facing end of all of this, which is the channel itself. I don't care or give two shits whether or not ChudLogic wants to cover drama or cover people behaving badly or in an embarrassing fashion online as the only thing he will be remembered for once he's gone. But what concerns me a little bit is that there is a tendency to obsess and to squeeze the stone until
Yeah.
and that can have consequences for people. Especially as he grows, we are talking about exposure to increasingly more and more people, from thousands, maybe eventually to hundreds of thousands. And that can actually cause very serious consequences for people, even if it somehow doesn't bleed into their day-to-day life, which is the case for most people. Like, the world's a big place. Most people,
True.
if you talk to them on the street, wouldn't know who Destiny or Vosh are, and they are significantly larger than any of these people. However, there's a difference between the fact of the case and the perception itself. Dealing with tens or hundreds of thousands of people who have this highly embarrassing perspective on you, as well as highly particular information about your background, including a bunch of people who will follow you with this and will harass you with
Oh, yeah.
reminders of this everywhere you go, because it's enjoyable and it's profitable if you're the kind of person who tries to make content off of it.
Yeah.
That can have a very severe psychological toll. And for somebody like Eldrazi, is just an example, maybe he's fine. But for somebody like Eldrazi, who has already demonstrated very poor judgment, I wouldn't count on their mental fortitude for this not to devolve into, things that could actually cause problems. Self-harm and the like. We have no guarantee that someone's not going to snap. Someone's not going to break under the pressure.
We don't, no.
And the bare fact that we tell ourselves after the fact, well, they brought this on themselves, is not going to matter.
That's a pretty... That's especially those people. That's a pretty, actually, common argument invoked. They brought this upon themselves.
Did Zanya write this? That's what I understand. Well, I don't see anybody actually messaging me. Although there's a possibility,
Why is Boots coming on?
because I don't share a server with them anymore, that they can't. So maybe we will be spared a conversation about this.
Oh.
Anyways, we'll dig into this a little bit more.
All right.
Pictures of your ex-girlfriend and your wife.
Boots said her headset or something is dead, so she can't call. Alright, fair enough.
Yes, TT.
Headsets, am I right?
Let me see if I can turn it down.
Zanya says Stardust asked me for my position detailed out for her, so I wrote that up for her. Okay.
Stardust TTS was very loud. Fuck.
I left for all this and came back later, so I didn't see this convo.
I
Okay.
asked people before I decided to do this. Yeah, you talked over TTS while reading my comment. My bad. Stardust, I totally agree with your take. I love Chud, but this was some really skeevy stuff.
Okay, stop. Oh my god, you're gonna do an expose or like a breakdown of this. Don't do the streamer shit in the middle. It makes this intolerable.
It was the Mega Drive or whatever that had the Google reviews, and to give them credit, they did censor his last name here.
Okay, I think we get the gist of this. So, I don't care about the doxing thing. It sounds like he put his information out there and it was picked up by
Yeah.
people. We didn't have to do a lot or any digging in order to get
Yeah.
the problem here again is like it doesn't matter who has the information. What matters is how it's used.
I agree with this, yeah.
I mean, maybe it matters a little bit who has the information, but what principally matters to me in this context is how it's being used. And so my issue is not with people in Spicy Chat saying, "Ooh, look, I looked here, da-da-da-da," because Chud can't police that. They can do this in DMs if they want. The fact that it's happening in Spicy Chat only means that we see the forum in which this is taking place.
Right.
Excuse me. We see the forum in which this is taking place. What I have an issue with is that bleeds out to a much larger audience through Chud's server, because Eldrazi is not a person with any presence.
Oh, I'm
of
sorry.
significance.
I'm sorry.
Until he gets highlighted by someone with a presence as a lolcow to be mined for more cringe content.
Yeah.
And that can start to have, that can be damaging.
That can be
Very easy to
pretty
see.
big, yeah.
And it would take very little. It would take somebody with worse judgment, maybe a little more fragile of a constitution, maybe someone in a dark place in their lives, maybe somebody with existing tendencies of self-harm. And if something happens, who are they going to look at? They're going to look at the people who were guilty of extensive cyberbullying of the person.
Right.
That's something that's recognized by law in some places. there are adjacent things involving online harassment and stuff like that that's recognized elsewhere. I don't believe there's anti-cyberbullying legislation in the UK, for instance, but there is legislation against a lot of the stuff that's associated with it. It would at the very least be a massive headache, even if you have no compassion for the people this happens to. So it gets dangerous. It gets really dangerous. Boots update. She's charging her headset to know how long it'll take. Well, I can accommodate her in a few minutes.
All right. We're getting this conversation.
I'm gonna grab a drink. Gonna run to the washroom quickly, and then we'll press on.
Oh my goodness.
When we're concluded with this,
We are pressing on.
tomorrow we'll do a more serious stream. This is a little bit off the cuff. Although I do think this is serious though.
We can finally see the 800 different things Lucy does while streaming.
This screen
True.
to the scale.
To take my hormones.
But every time I log in, it's like resized. I don't know if like YouTube is constantly adjusting its.
I'm contacting my doctor. I think I did a pretty serious part of the stream today. Before this drama part.
It's better.
I think the Russia part was pretty serious.
Probably have boots on afterwards.
Just consider donating and subscribing, etc. While we are. This is a opportunity for me to tell you to donate and stuff, right? There you go. Actually, might as well check if we've gained any subs from my wonderful coverage of the we have not. Oh well. Okay, we might as well hurry it up. Oh my god. That is a long washroom break. Is it really that big of a deal? Denormalize milking all cows. Yeah. Speaking of Drakengard 2 is nowhere near as good as 1. Oh, we're gonna have to still go through it, I think. Drakengard 3 is apparently pretty good. Drakengard 3 I might just play directly on the console though. It's on PS3, right? Drakengard 3?
Alright. Lasagna, we gotta have a conversation at some point. You and me, privately.
Oh, privately. Okay.
Okay.
Alright.
So we'll bring boots on.
Mission complete. Oh, the weapon has not leveled up.
All right.
Okay, are we ready?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, good.
Perfectly well.
So glad we're still talking about this Eldrazi situation.
Mm,
Oh, I know, right?
amazing.
I don't want to sit through 8 hours of this. Can you give me the long and short of where we're at now?
You mean like like all of the stuff that's happened with it?
TLDR.
What's the current situation around all of this? Is this still like a thing people are talking about, or what? Because this is
Okay,
reached
so
my soul,
wait,
so.
so not really. No, the only people still talking about it are like Stardust. I don't know if Doobie is still talking about it.
Okay.
But they're the only reason that this has gone on as long as it has. I need to give some context because this
More
is
context.
it's
Convoluted.
represented in the most crazy way. And like, I am the person in Spicy that is most likely to be like, hey, you guys need to stop doing this. You're going a bit far. But I don't see like
I
this situation.
I can vouch for this, by the way. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, this situation has been like blown up to like something
I see.
insane. So what happened
Yeah.
was Eldrazi agreed to like a scheduled thing to come into Spicy and talk about this video that he had made.
Yeah.
And that day he canceled. So instead, in this call, they watched the video on stream. In the video, he was like showing messages with this employer and calling them a scam, and he broadcast the call with this person without telling her, showing her number on screen. And so when everybody is talking about like,
Yeah.
do we know what state he's in chat? That's what they're talking about.
The,
nobody was like-
legality of doing that.
I'm playing 2 right now, and the lack of a chapter select is starting to kill my nerves. Oh, yeah, I guess that would be that would do it.
Because, you know, we weren't sure if that was something that you could do. After the video was watched and people talked about it and stuff, we were supposed to talk to Jazzy, but he had canceled that day. And by the way, this is something that like Chud had talked about on stream, like said, we're going to do this thing and we're going to talk to Eldrazi on the server and whatever. It'll be fun.
Great.
But there was nothing to do. So
Hello, fake Alec
people,
Kyle
like,
Parker.
who
Hello.
was it? I don't know if it was DK or Koyman or whatever, whoever was
Oh,
streaming
Queen
the
man. Oh my
stream.
god.
But just went to Eldrazi's social media to see if he was like talking about all of this stuff. And when you search Eldrazi Twitch, the third thing that comes up is like his full name.
Yeah.
Okay.
Broadcast, you have
Pictures-
to roll it large again. Continue, sorry.
No. So
Sorry, that's not on
we've
you.
explained.
I'm
We've since
kidding.
explained to him
Yeah.
that how to remove things from Google search results.
Has he chosen not to?
Well, while he was going on to like streams talking about how, to be clear, Eldrazi was mostly talking about harassment, not doxing.
Right.
But, you know, obviously this kept coming up and stuff. But he was going on streams talking about it, and he still hadn't cleaned up anything. And, like, when he was doing that, we found that he had also linked his name to multiple other things.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Okay.
Eldrazi name. Like, it was not something that any
In order to get all the endings, I have to play the game all the way through. Okay, that's not.
But he thought was
That
the way.
sucks.
So to be clear, everything that was shown on stream, like
Yeah,
on
everything.
the original, like
everything I've seen so far, I don't see anything to the effect. The issue here is doxing.
right. But this is the problem though, because when Chud watched the Eldrazi video on stream and then talked to
I covered it.
about the stuff, like
I covered the
Eldrazi
video at
didn't
least.
really talk about doxing then so much. It was just more about like, you know, it's kind of fucked up that you guys did this, which yeah, it's fucked up. Like it's spicy chat, and they were gonna like laugh at the things that you post online that are insane.
Yeah.
I see.
But people came on after to argue that this was doxing. So when people in Spicy are getting defensive about this and being like aggressive at people who keep talking about this, it's because those people are talking about doxing.
Right.
You will not find a single person who says that like it's not mean to like look through his social media and
Well,
laugh
because
at
now
things
now
that
the
he posts.
situation is flipped. Now you're implying illegal activity on the part of the people in the chat.
Right.
Respect. Yeah. Okay. So that makes sense.
So of
to me.
course they're going to be really defensive about it.
Okay.
And I think a lot of that anger, like, has unnecessarily gone on to Drazi. But when he's like, he talked to, I think Doobie and Stardust, I think Zonya was there as well on stream, and he said like, well, I never said that they were being malicious with doing any of this. But in the call with Chud, he did say that we were being malicious. So it's kind of like he's mellowed out now that he realizes that nobody who participated in that had any.
I mean, I think the whole obsessing over him is pretty malicious, but that's just me.
Reason to think that anything that they shared was anything like private or it shouldn't be shown or anything like that.
Okay.
Just because it was so obviously public.
I think the danger we're running into, and I'm noticing this a lot, especially with people who come to the space via Mr. Girl, is that his grift seems to have been to make it so that people with extremely embarrassing, sometimes criminal histories can feel good about themselves and aspire to be sort of famous micro e-celebrities. And my concern here, as I've explained to you, is that we have a situation where we have people with very, very bad judgment and dubious mental health finding themselves in a situation by their own fault. I'm not putting the blame for this on anybody else, but finding themselves in a situation where they are now being made into content, laughing at them in particular.
I am.
So that now all of a sudden,
I am the micro, but I don't have criminal history that I want to feel good about. I am a micro celebrity minus all the other stuff.
For the rest of this guy's life, wherever he goes.
Yes.
This is the issue with Drazi in particular, but my worry is something
sooner or later,
somebody down the line.
Right.
It's inevitable. This is ridiculously stressful.
Like it's like a game of numbers, as they call it.
What are your thoughts on that?
Yes, like I agree that this can be a problem. But after this happened, nobody was like talking about or thinking about Drazi or anything like that until everybody was going so hard against Spicy, and like they kept reposting all of the things that Elder Drazi did not want posted. Like even in Stardust's video, she has his name in there. So like, I don't know who the blame is on. It's
I'm not necessarily saying there's blame on anybody.
Well, I'm sorry, not blame. I don't know who the fault is on.
Well, same thing. My issue is not with blame. I don't think there's a bad guy here. My worry though is that this whole thing is playing with fire, and while I get it's easy content, if you find some weirdo on the internet with a really embarrassing history or whatever, you know, there's an audience for that.
Right.
But at some point, something's going to happen. It's not even going to be the fault of Chud for going too far. He's just going to do the same old song and dance, but with the wrong person. Someone's going to do it. And then all of a sudden, the people that people are going to be looking at...
I don't look down on people.
It's going to be the person whose face is on the thumbnail.
Unless they're Russia shells.
I don't know.
I do look down on Russia shells.
Suggest
caution.
People in that position think about this a little bit, but this one seems more or less like a non-issue. It seems like people were obsessing over a weirdo who put all of his information out there and then did a little media tour about it. So,
well, yeah, nobody in Spicy was obsessing. It was just like.
Well, then it's because I am
video and the things that he had,
taller than you.
On his Twitter,
maybe, possibly.
So it's not. There was no like harassment from that or anything like that. It was.
And I just look down on people that are.
These people who don't actually care. Like, do I think Stardust cares about this? No.
Stardust engages. Stardust. Well, here's the thing. Like, I'm specifying Chud here because he's the one who's been covering the stuff from that angle this time. Stardust does the exact same fucking thing. Tomfoolery does the same thing. Zonya does. Every single person here does the same thing. That's the business.
The business.
Like.
It is what it is.
Is doing the same thing.
Damn. So me covering it also was the same thing.
Or with people like whatever.
Me covering Chud Logic's video of it was the thing.
Is the hyperfixation on, like basically the farming of weirdos from your orbit, like the little people that don't really matter, that don't have any kind of thing. Like the only reason why anybody's talking about Drazi at all is precisely because he was boosted because he was funny and embarrassing and stuff like that. I don't know. It's
Okay, so
yeah.
yes, but
But
the only reason that anybody is
what
talking
is the
about this
but?
stuff is also because he posted that
It's also 'cause of
insane
Drazi.
video.
Yeah.
And the
You were about to say hotter than me, weren't you? No,
so
taller.
tiny. It's like
My guy.
just a
Spicy
small
chat's
group.
involvement is neither here nor there for me.
Get it? Because taller, so I look down. My goodness.
I'm strictly concerned with.
I understand that like
Yeah.
perception of spicy is going to be negative just always because
My goodness.
it's very easy to throw blame on a group that
Well,
people already don't like.
It's largely negative too. Like there are some decent people who take part from time to time, who pop in every now and then. There's a lot of negative stuff that happens there, but I don't think spicy chat in particular is like an issue from a functional standpoint. I think the issue is
The culture of it.
of spicy chat like behaviors
Mm-hmm.
elsewhere by sort of putting this through a megaphone. Spicy chat is just doing what the internet does. This happens in DMs. This happens literally everywhere. It happens on Reddit. Happens in DGG. This just happens to be the author of the video's server, which is the only reason why we're talking about it at all. I've been in there. They don't do much digging. Like they just don't. They do a lot of really gross mockery of people.
Right.
They go overboard in terms of, you know, sort of casual cruelty towards people who seem strange or different or weird or embarrassing to them.
Right.
But I don't see much in the way of digging.
Yeah, and also that's not directed at the people. It's usually just, you know, people talking amongst themselves about people. It's
I'm
not
not sure if I always.
like harassment or anything like that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that group isn't. Like, obviously, they're not pinging people if they aren't in the server to bring
Right.
them in, so they can mock and humiliate them. But they
But-
are essentially inviting other people to take that information or to find that information very easily,
Right.
and then go on their own merry way if they have any inclination, and to
Yep.
do it themselves elsewhere.
True.
So my issue is not with
Yeah.
spicy chat in particular. Once again, the worry I have
The spicy culture.
something about this whole model that's going to cause, probably has already caused, real
Harm.
life consequences for people. That I don't know if the authors of these channels are prepared to bear if it should come to that. Because
Okay, but
yeah.
if
I would agree with
then
this.
I don't
yeah.
understand what part spicy chat plays in this like I mean,
as
it
far
feels
as
like a
as far as
condemnation.
I'm concerned, nothing. I'm not interested in spicy chat.
and what role Chud then plays other than just the perception of Chud as being like
Well, that's-
connected to spicy chat and the perception of spicy chat
No.
as being,
It's
like,
nothing to do with spicy chat at all. Because here's what will happen. Elder Drazi
How's the chat right now? I thought spicy try what's inherently toxic. Oh, I remember this person. This person has entered my chat during one stream. I remember this person. I saw this person come here once. I remember.
harms as a consequence of this, right? No one's going to talk about spicy chat. No one's going to give a shit. No one's going to care about any of the weird little stuff that happened behind the scenes because normal people
Don't
don't
care.
register that as important. What normal people will see is a weird obsessive person makes videos pillorying other people online, and one of them ended up killing themselves as a result of the bullying,
Right.
or self-harming because of the bullying or something. And it'd be so easy to develop that narrative, so
Yeah.
easy.
okay, so people can lie and develop narratives about it if they want, but that's not true, and that's why I'm coming on to talk about it because I feel like this whole story has gotten so twisted that it's just like
I don't think that's President
if Elder
Sunday's
Drazi were
point.
to hurt himself over this, like there's no way it has anything to do with spicy or anything to do with Chud. Because literally, it was just one tiny thing where people scrolled his social media, and then it got blown up because everybody is calling it doxing, and
Well-
everybody's defending Drazi and reposting all of this
Yeah.
stuff and showing all of the embarrassing things he doesn't want shown.
Well,
like,
here's the
that's
thing, though.
the worst part.
Principally, it got blown up because there was a video posted called Shirtless Mr. Girl simp doxes innocent woman and himself illegally records debate with job interviewer. The doxing himself part is broadcasting to the world at large that this weirdo's dox is available to find. Regardless of whether or not it's Drazi's fault, and I readily agree with you on that point, it is. This is not how it would be perceived if somebody IRL gets hurt as a result of this.
True.
My argument isn't more
100% true.
There's a serious liability here that I'm not sure people are considering.
I would agree with this, yeah.
Does that make sense?
It does, actually.
I'm more or less on the same
It
page as you
doesn't. It
with respect
doesn't
to
make
most of this.
sense to me because
Sadly, it does.
did not care enough about his private information.
Sure.
People won't care.
Remove it after.
People won't care about that, no. I think this person is missing the point. People won't care about these... people won't care about these aspects of that thing. They just won't. President Sunday is being correct here.
This is not something that he wanted to put effort in.
Like she's missing the point. Yeah, it wouldn't really.
It wouldn't practically matter.
Yeah.
That would not factor.
I agree. Consideration. Yeah, I agree.
You're counting on a level of attention here.
I mean, it might not factor into your read on it, but I think that more information here tends to make Spicy look much less bad.
Well, the issue here is that if indeed this took place, this would now go...
The issue is that nobody would care about Spicy in particular. That's what this person's not understanding, that people in real life don't care nor know what Spicy chat is. They will just see harassment caused person X to do self-harm in real life, right? And that is what people will just sort of talk about, right? It won't be about Spicy chat in particular and what makes it look good or bad. Does that make sense or not necessarily?
The realm of the criminal, we wouldn't be talking about the perceptions of different streamers of each other.
Yeah, exactly.
We would be talking about like a case of cyberbullying that might actually be investigated by like state authorities.
Okay,
Yeah.
but if state authorities were to investigate it, they would find no wrongdoing because all that anybody did
It seems like Spicy chat is stuck in a bubble, yeah.
trying to promote himself by linking the stuff to his Eldrazi name, in which he streams on Twitch and posts videos on YouTube. There is no, like, nobody is, like, content.
Now this person is defensive, by the way.
Nobody's doing any of that
Well,
stuff.
that we know of, right?
Okay,
No.
if somebody else does it, then that's not on somebody
Well,
who
that,
just
but
scrolls
no,
his-
I understand, but this is what I'm saying though. Nobody outside of this sphere
True.
obsessively online and paying attention to like the little nuances
True. Nobody would care.
behind all of this stuff on the surface. Nobody there is going to register that there is a difference between Spicy Chat and this other person who engaged tangentially with Spicy Chat.
True. Of course.
Explicit memberships. There's no way to actually ascertain who is for sure part of the group and who isn't. And at the
Nobody outside of that community will care about what's expected of Spicy chat. Yeah, of course. I'm really surprised that this person does not understand this. Like, people that are always online really are out of touch with how the regular world operates. You know?
end of the day, what's going to be the major issue is going to be the broadcasting of it as shirtless Mr. Girl Simp self-doxes, and then all of the ridicule that follows from that. This is just one example. I'm not worried about Drazi. I'm just saying this could go sideways very fast with a slightly different case.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Like, this is basically an
A
inevitability.
numbers game, yeah.
So, are you asking for Spicy to just be nicer to people.
No,
Is that what you
I'm
want?
not. I'm not addressing Spicy Chat at all. Spicy Chat is
Well,
of no account to me.
But that's not really true. I mean,
It's
like
very
in
true.
this situation.
That's entirely
okay,
true.
So when I say spicy, I just mean like the people who like talked about and made fun of Eldrazi.
Yeah, I don't care about
Like-
that. That's immaterial. You're allowed to make fun of Eldrazi. That's not an issue.
Okay.
I've made fun
Then
of Eldrazi.
I don't.
I've made fun of Elder
He's an easy guy to make fun of.
Yes, but then I honestly I don't understand what you're saying. I'm sorry.
What I'm saying is that, to the perspective of somebody on the outside whose first exposure to any of this will be if something bad happens to the target of some of these like repeat chains of videos that could very easily be seen to affect someone's mental health and maybe even their IRL relationships or things like that. What they will see is not, oh, some toxic actors went a little bit too far, but ChudLogic wasn't to blame.
Yeah.
What they're going to see is ChudLogic went on a harassment campaign against this person in a clear-cut case of cyberbullying.
Right.
And as a consequence, somebody was severely hurt or died as a result. And
Right.
that's all
That would happen, yeah.
comes into this is going to suddenly see
I do agree with that, yeah.
of these incredibly toxic and vitriolic and vicious thumbnails, titles, etc.
Sunday's man, you're angering you, dumbass.
People for just outrage
Yeah,
and cringe.
he's correct here.
And that's what it's going to look like. I'm not saying like anything with respect to Eldrazi. Like I don't care about Spicy Chat. The problem here is that somebody who does this kind of thing on the regular, someone's going to get hurt from this, in a way that will not look good to people on the
Yeah.
outside, and in a way that brings in people from the outside. Am I making sense?
Yes.
Yes. So
Okay.
I guess when I was saying spicy, I wasn't
Yes.
meaning like literally spicy or literally the people. I just meant
Okay.
like the group that is like angry and bitter and likes to do this sort of thing that's connected to Chud.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to matter. What's going to matter ultimately is going
Yeah.
to be the people whose names and faces are associated with the thing that is broadcasting and commodifying the initial message. That's going to be the main issue. No one on the outside is going to pay attention to the group. Nobody cares.
Yeah. True.
Okay.
The only people who care are people like Stardust or people like Zanya who interact with these people online on the regular. Like average people aren't going to give a shit. They're gonna see the tabloid and they're going to see the tabloid author, and that's going to be it.
Yeah.
Nobody else could be
So-
made liable anyways. Like, what are you going to do? But you could with Chud.
So instead of wanting Spicy Chat to be less mean, you want Chud to be less mean, and you want DK to be less mean.
I think Chud's being an idiot, and he needs to start like taking very seriously what he's actually doing, because he may turn it off after he gets off his computer, but this is doing stuff to people after the fact. And it's only a matter of time.
That's fair.
These
Yeah.
are not well people. Most of the people he's farming for this kind of content. It is only a matter of time until he happens to be the one who posts the big video that precipitates somebody doing something bad.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Well, I don't think that would be what would precipitate somebody doing something.
Well,
bad.
you
I think
wouldn't
that-
you wouldn't think that, but
yeah, and if people
yeah.
have that perception, they're allowed to have that perception.
But it's not just
But
about
that
it's
wouldn't
not
be
it's not just
accurate.
about it's not just about perceptions though. You're not hearing what I'm saying. If that happens,
Yeah.
there is a very real chance that the people involved in producing this type of stuff, could actually be criminally liable. There are actually laws on the books in a lot of countries that actually
Yep.
are prohibit this kind of thing.
Correct.
Well, look, okay, everybody in the server follows Discord TOS. Chud follows
Not TOS.
We're
It's-
all following you, but I know, but
Okay, this. Oh my god, this person is missing the point so hard that it's actually becoming painful for me. She's really. Oh. The TOS is immaterial, right? If something bad happens and can be linked to a child logic thing, and he will be made liable. It's that simple. This chat or whatever the heck. Oh God.
This is a lot stricter than law.
It's a lot less
If there's any
consequential. It's a
laws-
lot less consequential than law, though, and the
Exactly, it is a lot less consequential. Thank you, President Sunday. I don't think this person gets what he is trying to get at. And it's actually not that complicated as well.
lack of strictness goes both ways. So by the same token, there's a level of interpretation here that would not necessarily work in someone like Chud's favor. It's just worth thinking about. That's all. We don't need to have an extended argument about it. I would consider.
Tread lightly.
Yeah,
Be more
I
responsible.
mean, like if you have concerns, then you can bring them up with Chud. I just wanted to clear up.
I don't
the
think
Elder
I
Drowsy
think I don't
situation.
think I can. I don't think Chud here.
He's not open, yeah.
I think he's kind of drunk.
Okay.
I mean that seriously.
Well, I don't know. Like, I feel like he has reason to be wary of like
Of what?
things that you are suggesting if he doesn't feel like taking your suggestion.
Well, I mean, maybe his self-pity goes that far, but in all seriousness, if your response to somebody saying, "Hey, this person is calling people you've allowed to believe are your friends, and people who work with you, and people who have gone out of their way to defend you as animals, and to ridicule them and things like that," and your response to that is to mock them, I think that speaks more to him than it does to any of the people who are complaining. Nobody betrayed Chud. He didn't treat us, people he allowed to think of him as a friend, as like a person.
Well, you also have to understand like where he
don't,
and
actually.
where UK and I are coming
Yeah.
from, because you were very vitriolic when all of this happened as
But
well.
what was I responding to? Do you recall, like, what was I vitriolic against?
Oh,
You
yeah,
had
yeah.
That-
like here's a question for you. What has Aiko, as just an example, what has Aiko personally done to harm you,
Chud logic.
DK, or Chud?
Nothing.
Nothing. But Chud and DK nonetheless saw fit to have a week's worth of things, mocking her face for crying on stream, talking about her dead grandmother, talking about this hysterical woman.
Yeah.
She thought
I
of Chud
remember
Logic
that.
as a friend of hers. She thought they were actually, like, they had some level of rapport and trust. That's a pretty gross thing to do to somebody who has that level of openness to you, and who has
Yeah.
done you no actual direct wrong, don't you think?
I don't think this person has a
Well,
brain.
Just to be clear, like, nobody was mocking her over the dead grandparent.
I
It
agree.
was because she had just called somebody be too sensitive right before that. So
And?
that was the joke in the thumbnail, is that like she called somebody else too sensitive, and then
And then started
Like-
crying about a dead loved one?
yes, because in a sensitive way.
In a...
How do you... What? How do you cry about the death of a loved one in an unsensitive... This can't be serious. This cannot be... But she cried about the death of a family member in a sensitive way? She was being too sensitive because her family member died? Okay. Okay. Wow. That's just... Where's the mouse? Just incredible. Wow.
What's the punchline here exactly?
Yeah.
Well,
That is my question. What is the punchline here? She told people they were oversensitive, and then she had a reaction that any reasonable human being has about their relative being dead. I used to cry whenever I just thought of my grandfather. You know, it can also extremely intensify depending on how close you are to a family member. Oh, wow. Okay.
Look, okay, the thumbnail is obviously going to be something that is like attention grabbing. I think that it
Sure.
was pretty representative of this
No,
the
no,
video, which was
Boots.
not like an edited video
yeah.
to make Aiko look bad. It's just a, you know,
No,
it's
no,
her
it was
conversation that she
just no,
voluntarily
no,
went on
it was
stream.
just
I mean, she's a,
it was just making her look. It was
Oh, yeah, I keep forgetting who this person is. She's the partner of DK, isn't she? Almost forgot. Almost forgot. That almost... Alright.
actually just ridiculing her in a way that made her look pathetic and disgusting. Not for the sake of making her look bad, it just made her look bad for the sake of getting Chud a few extra clicks. I mean, that's if that's the kind of person you are, that you treat people who you allow to think you're their friend, if you treat those people as essentially disposable
Fodder.
well,
advertisements.
no, it's not disposable. It's just that when you go on somebody's stream, like you just kind of accept that if you say something ridiculous, that they're going to call you out for being ridiculous. And
So crying after your dead relative is ridiculous and should be mocked in a thumbnail. Got it. What? This cannot be serious.
if it's their content, they're going to make content out of it. I feel like that's pretty normal in this space.
I don't think it being normal in the space is much of an argument, to be honest. People are...
I don't think this space is normal, to be quite honest. I just don't think this space is quite normal. I really love how people default to this argument of basically it is what it is, but with more words. Gotta love it. It is what it is. It's just a space. It's just a space. Imagine if that argument was used for any other environment. Oh. Workplace bullying, well, it's just the nature of the space. Oh. People being bullied in the army into suicide, well, that's just the nature of the space. Not much can be done. It's just the nature of the space. What? Come on.
Psychopaths on here.
Okay,
It's
but
just
it's
the
not
nature
like
of
an
the
abnormal
space.
level of callousness.
Well, it's pretty
It's just
abnormal. I
Chud
mean,
is better
DK's
at
sort
it
of
than
known for
other
this.
people.
It is abnormal. Keep in mind that this space is not everything, right? This space does not exist in its isolated bubble from the world, right? So yeah, it is pretty abnormal if you compare it to any real world standard. It is extremely abnormal, actually. The whole space. I mean, yeah, it is. You'd have to be really ridiculous to claim otherwise, that it's not. It is completely normal and acceptable. Sorry to say. Your kid got shoved into a locker, that's just what middle school is like. I mean, when I worked as a teacher in a language school, one of my students just came in. With some students, I had a one-on-one lesson, and one of my students just came in crying to the lesson, and he was being actually bullied, and the reaction of his dad was, which shocked me the most of everything. His father's reaction was, I was bullied as well, and I live. So he was just So in a way, that the kid's father's reaction was literally, it's just the nature of the space. Which just, I don't accept that as an argument. Just because a space is horrible and, you know, that a space is basically pathological, it doesn't mean that you should accept it. And just because you've experienced a horrible thing in a space, it doesn't mean that people that come to that space after you should also experience it. You should do everything in your power to ensure that others won't experience the negative experiences that you have. You know?
DK's DK is kind of known for this. There's actually not tremendously that many people at this scale. Certainly not ones who, you know, do you recall the whole Demon Mama RGR thing way back in the day?
I do.
That initial thing.
I do.
I got Chud Logic onto RGR's stream. I actually was anti Demon Mama in that whole thing.
I remember that. I was in RGR's community back then when it first happened, you know? I do remember it. And then RGR just nuked the whole community. I remember it very vividly. It was a pretty bad time. Was creating a whole animation for RGR, an opening. I've created a whole retrospective video about it, actually. If you wanna watch it, it's on the channel.
But I got Chud Logic onto RGR stream to talk to her about it.
I remember that.
Remember, like, his conversation with her? Did you catch that at all?
I remember that vividly. What, that was President Sunday facilitated that talk? I did not know that.
This is Chud Logic talking to RGR. But she's a human being. Referring to Demon Mama. Like, just simpering pity. There's something...
I remember that talk. That Chud Logic tried to sort of facilitate them making peace.
Kind of gross about feigning that to build yourself up, and then immediately jumping to commodifying, treating all these people like freaks and degenerates and animals.
Yeah. I actually have to. I'm gonna write on President Sundays.
Because what? It gets you a few easy clicks.
So that's not really what happened. So
That's kinda
first
what
of all,
happened.
It is absolutely what
you're
happened.
assuming that Chud was just like feigning care for people, but like
I'm not,
from what
though.
I understand, and I could totally be wrong. He could connect me. Like
What President Sunday was saying, that it's a really bizarre switch. That is what President Sunday was saying.
or correct me. He was like he considered himself like friends with people in the space, and then when you demanded that DK be fired, and he said no, then everybody pretty much
I don't know.
distanced themselves.
I honestly don't know.
And like refute, like we're
But
saying awful
what
things.
did they?
Like,
What
you
were
know,
they?
if you hire Nazis, you're pretty much a Nazi yourself.
What were they?
He's not a Nazi by.
I mean, if you hire a Nazi and you're okay with it, then you basically are okay with Nazis at least. I mean, to be charitable, you may not be a Nazi yourself, but you're a Nazi supporter at least, right? since you support a Nazi in your workplace. Also, and I've said it a million times, if you hire a Nazi becomes a part of your brand, which I'm not sure if people should want for Nazis to be part of their brands, the representatives of your brand. Imagine being happy that a Nazi represents your brand.
By the way.
But what were they wanting him to be fired on the grounds of?
Oh, explain to us, Boots.
Do you recall?
Yeah, it wasn't even like thumbnail related stuff.
No, it
was
wasn't.
Just stuff
You're
that
right.
It wasn't, yeah.
Stuff that he had personally posted.
Yes, what he personally posted was, if you allow this person to be in the server that I've requested the other mods get rid of,
right?
I've got some autistic friends. I will find personal shit on you.
Wait, Sunday, don't even, because you know.
Don't even.
Misread the situation when it first happened.
But I really didn't. See, what happened
no.
after the fact was...
Nobody misread
I
anything.
got a little bit more of a closer experience with how DK operates on an interpersonal level as a consequence of some of the lav stuff and some softening that took place then. And so I understood a little bit of what Chud's mentality was in terms of his read on that. But when people brought this to his attention, which was a very clear threat of digging up your personal information and getting your friends to harass, and that's explicitly what he was saying.
Well, hang on, to be clear. So
To be
that's not
clear.
what happened.
Okay.
So what happened was that somebody searched through like DK's old, like super old tweets and tweets about DK and was posting them in the server.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the mods were talking about like, is this something that should be allowed?
Okay.
And so like the mods who you're talking about,
Yes.
who were quote unquote threatened.
Yeah, and so
said,
he was
"Well, yeah,
making
this
he was
is
making
fine.
an ironic
This
he
is-
was making an ironic statement like, hey, if you're going to allow this to happen to me, I'm going to do this to you and see how you like it, right? That's more or less what he was doing. Maybe it
No,
wasn't
it's
serious,
like-
but that was the statement.
Yep. Yes.
No, it's not. I'm going to do this and see if you like it. It was like,
It is.
okay, so this is allowed. So you won't mind if this happened to you.
Well, he said he's
Yeah, that President Sunday is correct here. I'm sorry. Cope.
going to if, actually. That's
Yep.
I can bring it up for you if you like.
Okay, yes, but that's not
What?
like the way in which. Yeah, you can bring up the quote because I think that you're painting this in such a strange way that like.
Oh, yeah.
Except the people who were quote unquote.
I'm sorry, but I'm just gonna be frank. I'm sorry. Am I supposed to believe that there will be no conflict of interest from the partner of DK? Like, come on. There's already conflict of interest here.
And already were against DK.
Sure, here we go.
Thought that everybody else like just was like, oh, okay, you're saying that to show that if this is fine, then you won't have any problem with people doing it to you. But no, it's obviously not fine.
Okay, so, and I quote, I almost never put my foot down with mod actions, you all know that by now. This is one that I'm asking to go through, and if it doesn't, that's fine. I respect the decision of the majority, but then I'll be more than happy to dig up anything I can find on anyone in
There
the
you
server,
go.
since it's precedent that it is now allowed / not bannable. Also, I'll bring in friends from other servers to harass
There you
people,
go.
and I have some
Oh.
autistic friends trust.
Right. So the person who they were talking about, like letting back in, had brought in people from other servers to post the DK stuff and to just like constantly at him.
I don't know
So
why this
that's why-
matters.
It doesn't matter.
That is because that's the context in which he's saying this.
No, but the context doesn't matter. The point is that's
It
the threat.
doesn't.
And we, who were friends of Chud Logic at the time, didn't have the context
What do you
for
mean
that.
the context doesn't matter?
It doesn't.
So yeah. you
Because
didn't
it is
have the
still-
context?
because it is still
when
a
the
threat.
context was explained to you, you
The
ignored
context,
it.
no, the context wasn't explained to me. All that was said was we dealt with it. However, he was still
True.
engaged in a whole ton of the similar stuff.
True.
Like, this hadn't changed. I think at the time we even had, him going after Rhizome with like a fake DM, showing him grooming somebody. Sure, it was meant as a joke. It wasn't meant to get out of spicy chat, maybe. But the problem is it did get out. We saw it. We had no context for this. And Chud's response to us
Yeah.
saying, hey, can you talk to us about this? This looks really weird, was basically to tell us to fuck off. He can do whatever he wants.
Yep.
No, that's not what happened.
That's
Nobody told you to
exactly
just
what
fuck off
happened.
and
That
do
is-
what you
yeah.
want. People tried to explain the situation to you guys like so many times.
The
and you
only
just
thing,
ignored
the
it.
only thing,
You
the only thing
specifically
people
said there was
said,
no
the only
context
thing,
there.
That
The
it's
only
been
thing-
dealt
the
with.
only
Yeah,
thing
I
that was
remember
said
that
was that it had been
situation.
dealt with. That's
Yeah,
zero extra
I
context.
remember this situation. I remember this situation. Oh my goodness.
For this, and your explanation is garbage because it actually doesn't.
It is garbage, yeah.
The content of the sentence. He doesn't say, since that's the precedent, I hope like this is a thing that I can do just so you're aware. He says, I'll be more than happy to dig up anything I can find.
True.
Find on anyone in the server. Also,
And I will harass
other
people.
servers to harass people. That's not hypothetical. This is a statement of intent.
Yep, that's a
Whether or
threat.
not he meant it to be read that way, that's how it will be read. Like, you have to understand this. I'm not even saying he was serious about, like, the intent that we are reading out of this, but we had no reason to think otherwise. This is not someone who's
True.
demonstrated, like, a good character.
True.
Okay, so
Okay.
even though we did try to explain the context at that
Okay,
time,
look, the
we tried to
reason
talk about
why,
it.
yeah,
now you
hang on.
understand the context.
The reason why we're talking about this, though, is because there seems to be, like, a fundamental...
Is she really supposed to be DK but more intelligent? Somebody told me that Puts is DK but just smarter or something. But that does not seem to be
Lack of
the
understanding.
case.
The world outside is not going to judge this if, for whatever reason, this causes real-life consequences, by dint of these tortuous explanations from
Yep.
little weirdos inside of ChudLogic's Discord server. Nobody's going to
What
give
do
a
you
shit.
mean the world outside? It's you doing this. It's Demon Mama doing this.
No,
Oh yeah.
if somebody, as a consequence of the hyper-negative attention that Chud and DK are
These people
putting...
are so stupid. I
if
just
somebody ends
cannot.
up self-harming, that could make the news. If that happens, Spicy Chat, you and me, Demon Mama, the weirdos in ChudLogic server, they are not going to be relevant factors in how people talk about it.
True.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Hopefully.
Well,
Oh my
apparently,
god.
learning context was not a relevant factor in how you talked about it, and how DK is now being branded
I
as a
don't know.
Nazi,
So
fascist,
stupid. I might
paleo,
know.
like
I
all
don't.
of this shit.
I don't know how to explain how like the real world works to you. It doesn't matter if it's fair.
Okay, but if you're the one being unfair, don't you think you should correct that?
Jesus Christ, Boots, I'm not talking about who's the bad guy here. What I'm saying is that the thing that ChudLogic is doing will directly connect him, his face, and his brand to somebody's injury or death.
Yes.
Very real likelihood in the near future.
Yes.
That's not a
I
joke.
mean, I highly doubt that.
Why?
Like, lots of people are
Because
in lots
she's
of different
stupid.
online communities. You could connect any suicide to any little comment that anybody made.
Yes, you can.
At
That should
some
no.
point in time.
But Boots, that
But
should
people
make you.
don't really do that.
People do, actually. And here's the crucial point. Yeah, you can at some point in time, but it's not always the case that you have some specific figure that is picking out nobodies, and they
People like this have the gall to call others lol cows. Sunday sounds like he's talking to a child, yeah. Like, okay. And they mock other people.
are the
Right.
originator of a lot of these figures being hyper fixated upon. That's what's happening with Chud. Him farming these smaller people, it's a different story if it's somebody big. Edwin jumps out of a window, like, sad and everything. No one's gonna get in trouble for that. Someone like Eldrazi, some weirdo like I don't know, like maybe Pretty Tony gets the limelight for a little while. Like, that can happen.
Okay.
Okay.
So, if after the lies that you and Demon Mama spread about DK,
The lies.
Lies.
Killed
We posted
himself?
stuff that he said.
There
we
were
weren't
no
given context for it either. We like the response to.
there were no
I'm
lies.
going to start mocking
The
people
lies.
for being trans. I'm going to start talking about how disgusting their bodies are in public. While being the editor for Chud Logic, by the way. So while there's an established relationship between.
So it's connected to Chud Logic's brand. That is a thing that just people cannot understand somehow. That if you have a person working for you and they do some wild stuff, it will be connected to the brand. That is why if you hire a Nazi, your brand becomes hiring Nazis. Sorry, not sorry.
The stuff that DK filters into the Spicy Chatter talks about, and the stuff that makes it onto Chud's server because or Chud's channel because he runs it. While that's all, I don't understand your mindset here. Like, you're smart. This is not complicated to get.
I don't believe that.
This is not hard. Like, do you
I don't
not
think.
understand how this works?
No, I mean, I don't think that you understand how it works when you have to, like, reach through a billion different layers of, like, how this could possibly, potentially, maybe happen.
I really don't, though. This is really simple.
It is.
This is really simple.
Oh my god.
When Chud does this, he puts his face onto the, as far as anyone in the public is concerned, the instigating piece of media that causes a tremendous amount of negative pressure on some random person with no
Is she
established-
smart though?
who's not a
Yeah.
public figure. Okay, if that person then
God.
self-harms as a consequence of that, and that makes the news somewhere, if that becomes part of general discourse anywhere,
Yeah.
he's now in a very bad spot.
She gonna disagree.
Does that make sense? Like, do you follow that?
I understand the words that you're saying, but this is not how it works. Like, I don't know what you were expecting me to say. Yes, I understand you, Sunday. I think that you have like
That is
view of what people care about online.
that is very much how it works.
Oh, that what she just said was very betraying. Listen to it again. I'm not sure if President Sunday caught it. Listen again, because he was speaking as she said it.
You were expecting me to say. Yes, I understand you, Sunday. I think that you have like
that is
view of what people care about online.
You have a strange, warped view of what you think people care about online. President Sunday is explicitly not talking about what people care online. He is explicitly talking about the real world's reaction to an event, not about what people on the internet think. He is talking about someone potentially harming themselves and the real world tying it back to, for example, a series of Chud Logic videos. That is what he is talking about, not about what people on the internet feel or think. For God's sake.
That is very much how it works.
I don't think that you understand
No.
content, and I think you're also very hypocritical here. Like, literally, just a few days ago, you went on Tom's stream and called somebody a...
So I asked somebody...
molested their sister.
Indeed, yes. Now, here's...
Without giving the context that they were themselves a victim of sexual abuse.
Yeah, molesting your sister is not being a victim of sexual abuse. If he wants to explain why he was caught looking at child porn by reference to him molesting his sister, by reference to him being sexual abuse, while trying to endear himself to Mr. Girl, oh, by the way, I checked the statute of limitations, everything I said is fine, I can't get in trouble for it, then he proceeds to start putting his face online.
Yeah, but you know, Sunday, all of that is context that nobody's going to care about. All they're going to hear is that you bullied this person and said that they were raping their sister, when really that's, there's much more behind the story.
Actually, I asked him that, but that's beside the point. Here's the issue you're looking at. You have a thumbnail with Chud's fate.
This sounds like a whole other topic. Yeah. Yeah.
This guy's face, reference to his docs, things of that sort. That's the direct instigating factor here. And for the record, this is exactly how it works. This is how cyberbullying laws work. What on earth do they point to otherwise? They're going to point to instigating cases of information being publicized with a certain spin in a certain way to a certain audience that cause some real world harm to a person. That's what's going to happen.
Yep.
This is really simple.
I mean, I think it's pretty simple as well. So I think that the things that Chud covers are things that are like public figures. People
is Elderdrazi a public figure?
Posted online.
Is Elderdrazi a public figure?
Yes,
a streamer is not a public figure. Is anybody with an Instagram a public figure? This is just somebody with a social media account. Just because you stream doesn't make you a public figure.
True.
Don't be naive. That's not how this works. You don't just manage to spin an equivocation between, oh, well, Destiny's on Kick, he's a public figure. Elderdrazi is on Kick. Stands to reason, therefore it's fine. It doesn't work that way.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, he's like trying to get his face out there. He's trying to grow his stream.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You're not Will. Don't be Will, okay? This is not complicated. Please.
I mean, I don't know what you want me to say. He's literally posting things connected to his online persona in which he is trying to make money from, and
which would be a fantastic defense if somebody accused somebody of doxing, but that's not what I'm talking about.
Okay. So
there's nowhere to go here.
So
okay,
why
look,
did you?
I
don't know why that mattered.
I know it's okay. I give up. You have a good night, Boots.
Oh God.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
I would have given up as well. Well, that was conversation.
So I just got sent this.
It's pretty
Stardust,
patient.
do I have I'm gonna call her quickly.
Wait, it's gonna talk to Stardust as well?
Hey. Sorry to bother you. You are on stream, just a heads up. But I can't hear you if you're speaking.
Hello, sorry, I had to turn my mic on.
No worries. Am I able to put these on screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me what I'm looking at here.
This happened, like, I don't know how long ago this happened, but it was after I upset, I upset DK somehow. I figured this was bait, so I figured I wouldn't even respond to it, I wouldn't even acknowledge it, anything like that. But,
look, honestly,
yeah.
I wanna
After,
let me see
like,
it.
recent stuff with
Let me read it.
Sent this.
with like Elder
Heads up.
respond to it.
Can you give me your first name so I don't have to go to Kiwi Farms? I have a hot streak of never having been there. I'd hate to break it now. LMAO, it's not under a star's name, isn't public anywhere. Nice try, bucko.
Wouldn't even acknowledge it.
I am not one to get it. If it's not public, then carry on. If it was on DK in KW, I'd say it was interested if she'd get picked on the left. Okay.
Anything like that. But
okay.
Look, honestly,
Yeah. After like recent stuff with like Elderdrazi, like it looks a little bit more sus to me now, you know. So
okay, I'll say this. Okay, I'll say this. So, having engaged them a little bit, and DK again, he went out of his way to ask me if I wanted anything redacted. Like he did his due diligence with respect to me. I'm not convinced that he actually was hunting down for people's identity. The problem is he's doing all the stuff that somebody would.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't matter. That's the perception other people are going to get. It's going to be as threatening as if he was. Yeah. It's stupid. It's stupid. He's stupid.
Yeah,
I don't know what he's doing.
I personally, I still probably think that, you know, probably he was just trying to bait a reaction out of me.
Probably.
So, Yeah.
Like I don't think
But,
this is a thing they engage in, but I don't think they understand how serious what they're doing is.
But
Agreed.
Yeah, no, it looks really bad to anybody who anybody who doesn't know, right? So, yeah.
Anyways, did you catch any of the aforementioned?
I did not.
Okay, well don't
I did
sweat it
not
then.
catch anything that just happened on stream. Sorry to say, I just got
That's okay.
back.
You didn't miss much.
from
How
a
was
night out, so.
how was the UK?
The UK was great. The UK was great. Yeah, I had a lot of fun. And I just got back from like going to a concert.
Wonder where she
So,
was.
yeah, it's
In
been
the
fun,
UK.
so. Yeah. How have
Okay.
you been?
Oh, dead tired.
I did not.
I'm doing fine.
I did not. Oh, hi, Mark.
Oh, I was doing better before I was looking into this garbage.
Oh, hi, President Sunday.
Yeah.
I'm probably still gonna make some edits to my presentation that I did the other day, and probably.
Yeah, it's
put
way
something more edited out.
way too long. I'm clawing my eyes out. No offense to anything. I do appreciate the slides. I never want to hear the name Eldrazi again for as long as I live.
True. I forgot about that person.
It had.
And very quickly, Pretty Tony is upset because he thinks that you implied that he doxed someone. I'm at the very least unaware of any case of him doing this. Maybe.
I think he said somebody's first name, and I may have blocked that out. But
Okay. Maybe when you do the edit, given the fact it doesn't seem like he was an enthusiastic participant in that, maybe just make a note just for his benefit. I don't know what that looks like. Just might be nice, you know.
Yeah.
Thanks, Sunday.
All right, sorry, I'm not going to take any more of your time. You have a good night. Take care.
Thanks.
Nice.
You too. Bye.
So that's it, I guess. That's it, right? That's it. I'm gonna have some closing words. And that's gonna be it, right?
People are out to lunch. I don't get it. They're not like substantively stupid either. Like these are reasonably intelligent people. This is not complicated.
They're lost in the sauce. I think they're just lost in the sauce.
I'm not bringing you on tonight, DK. I'm too tired.
DK wanted on as well? Wait. Which chat was he on? Sunday, you gotta get away from this shit, man. I agree with that. I sure do agree with that.
What happened to chat? Turned toxic real fast. Relevant parties came in.
Relevant parties.
Oh, I agree, DM. I agree.
Jesus Christ. So what's gonna happen now?
Alright. Demon Mama, just a heads up. So DK is wanting me to respond to a message you said. Yo, hold up. All I ever did was roast DK. I didn't even draw first blood. I never lied for shit about him. And
Okay. What?
okay.
Oh, for God's sake. Yeah,
I'll look at
Demon
that
Mama.
off stream, DK. Here's what I will say. DK is a very cruel and callous person to certain individuals of certain descriptions. He's not a Nazi, he's not a Tradcath, he's not a Paleocon, he's not a Groiper. He is heavily transphobic, he is exploitative of vulnerable people in his thumbnail work, in his editing, and so on and so forth. People like me have been negatively affected by it, and I've got a bit of a thick skin. People who don't, that can be dangerous. So I would suggest to him, it would behoove him to consider the possibility that he has misjudged the stakes. Not just for the people he's dealing with when he creates his material for Chud Logic, but also for himself. So.
I don't have any more space.
Here, let's listen to this. In the interest of fairness.
Basically, the way that he framed it during his initial debate, where
This is Demon Mama responding to DK on Chud Logic or something.
Like through the lens of the Jews and Nazi Germany. So
we already know a lot about DK, and I'm just gonna say, the way he says the Jews sounds racist. Okay, like, I'm just saying, it just sounds like, it sounds weird. Like, listen to it. Yeah.
Like through the lens of the Jews and Nazi Germany. So
sounds like he's like watching his language extra hard because he was going to say something else.
Okay, Demon Mama, you goofed here. This is and like I'll say this much. I have developed a great deal of respect for Demon Mama as a person in terms of as a genuine friend. She oversteps. She overstepped when it came to the Nazi helmet thing, which was the vegan police or whatever, or the vegan Gestapo that smug bug guy who's disappeared off the face of the earth had, which was a parody, and I think she's overstepping here. I don't think there is a reason to read into his pronunciation of the word Jews in this conversation that he is therefore a Nazi, or to imply that. That's a mistake. There you go, DK. Unfortunately, everything.
Come the fuck on, anime, yeah.
This is the problem. When you engage in the type of stuff that you do, in the type of medium that you're doing it, in the specific capacity that you are, you seed the ground with everything people need to make reasonable inferences that you don't give a shit about other human beings, that you're a hate-filled predatory person, and so on and so forth. So even if you aren't, in fact, especially if you aren't, it's just a damn shame that now you have to deal with the fallout of that. But no, Demon Mama was overreaching here. But here's the problem. It's not her fault. It's yours, DK. That is entirely on you.
True.
She doesn't owe you generosity. She makes similar inferences on people who present identically to you. And maybe this is cause to, be a little bit more careful about that. But you're not special here. The stuff you engage in, especially with respect to Demon Mama and her partners, is I can't falter for it. I'm sorry. It's a mistake. That's it. It's a mistake. Yeah, I'm sorry. Don't call people in my chat freak, DK. I apologize, but you're gone. I'm sorry.
What happened?
You want to be treated like a man, act like a man.
What happened? I don't think we can see DK's message there.
Chud. This is a liability. Grow the fuck up.
Yeah. It is.
Friends. I'm gonna grab some more water and we're gonna do some Amnesia the Bunker, and we're gonna call it for tonight.
So what do you think? Oof. This was a roller coaster. Things have sure... So we're gonna stop this. I'm gonna turn the browser off. We're gonna do some of the Drakengard. I'm gonna go to the bathroom as well. And then we're gonna continue, okay? We're gonna be continuing this very soon. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. muted. I started talking while being muted. I'm ready to move forward with the Dragon Guard. We've done quite a few relevant segments today. 4 hours. Okay, let's go. We're leveling our weapon. The small magic knife. Time. The person that was destroyed by an incident. How do you feel about what we've just watched? I actually totally agree with. What was being said about the anger, upset, spaghetti. Well, that's understandable. I totally agree with what was being said, that just a single accident can tie child logic to someone hurting themselves. I'm really astonished that Boots, the partner of DK, was not willing or just couldn't see it. A lot of those people are just lost in the internet sauce, I guess. Which is... yeah. I don't mean to sound mean, or do I? But she was stupid. Like, apparently she's not. So that baffles me. Alright, Don't forget to press like. Don't pretend to press subscribe. Don't forget to ring the bell. Don't forget to throw a donation my way, since I would remind you that I'm still on my way out of being basically the age slur. I'm trying to get away from being the age slur, so. True. That's right. Hobbyists need to appreciate their strength. I had from saying something else. What? My goodness, I'm afraid to ask what the other thing is. I'm actually nervous to ask what the other thing is. Thank you, fake Alec Hal Parker, for the $15 that will allow me to get away from being the age slur. Thank you so much. I think I must step up my game when it comes to the... Oh my gosh. I might actually be having... Okay, that's good. Things are looking up, certainly. So what I think will be the plan is we'll do a run of the first level. Thank you so much once again for the $15. Also, thank you everyone for being here, of course. For being my core audience of gigglers. The giggler core. You know? The core giggler squad. It's so sad that the protagonist of this game is portrayed as this positive, optimistic person, and then the accident happened and he becomes a vengeful, bitter person who just wants to kill everyone. Technically speaking, this is the humanity that the androids from Nier Automata want to defend. Which makes it even more interesting to think about. This is the Jinrui from Nier Automata. Isn't that interesting? That when they speak about humankind, they mean this guy here. apparently, but don't necessarily spoil, a dragon does appear at some point in Nier Automata. So I assume that dragons are not completely extinct in the Nier Automata world. War is an inhuman thing. True. True. I wonder how the... Okay, I'll check that on phone. I wonder how the newest video is coming along. I should pause, actually. Russia demands. Okay. So you can see here that my best performing video in a long time actually is the video where I talk about Russia demanding land from Poland. So I think it might be prudent for me to prioritize today's Russia segment as a video. Actually, that might be a really good idea. I wasn't expecting that particular video to be so popular. I received a really hateful comment from a Russia shill channel, by the way. Interestingly enough, a really intense message which was flagged by YouTube, and sort of I had to go into the section of the hidden comments by YouTube to see it. I sometimes check that section of the removed comments to see if anyone had written anything hateful that just was removed by YouTube automatically. Really bizarre. An angry comment about the Russian saviors. It's maybe I should read it once on the stream. It actually doesn't say anything that could be YouTube TOS, but it is really wild. You know? I think I've pretty much like brought this expedition to mastery. All these enemies are pretty weak as well. Nice. You can see that some people are not appreciative of Drakengard. It's a game. Okay. Well, that's almost all of the enemies. The map is not always so intuitive in this game. But the enemies are real wimps. Okay, let's go. I wonder if I can... Oh, I can. Interesting. What is a max level of a weapon? Maybe that might be a good... What is the max level of a weapon in this game? My answer will depend on your answer to that question, actually. Is level 4 a maximum level of a weapon? Okay, it's max. Okay, we're gonna use this for now. And now I'm weak all of a sudden. I am not a fan of this weapon. It is pretty strong though. And it will most definitely level after this, so... Archers, I do hate them. Ah. I keep forgetting that the block button exists in this game. Look at this. Archers. How much time left? I'm really doing this slowly now, so... Oh.
Their main forces here.
Oh my god, I thought for a second that... Oh. For a second I thought the game just froze. But thankfully it didn't. I would have been annoying to say the least. Come here, enemies. Exactly. So we're gonna finish this in a moment. It's very nice level 1. That's weird. That is good, yeah. I should ask you right away, how do you get all the different endings in this game? What determines the endings in this game? Is my question to you. Okay. That's done. That's done. No answer. Once you finish the game once, the game will tell you how to get the other 4 on chapter. Okay, that's good. Alright, that's pretty cool. So you do need to get the standard ending at least once, right? That's good. I missed. That was a bad miss. So I guess there is a standard ending that you get. That is good. But Kanalki ending E is the real one, unless it's not, then it ending D or something. Wait, which ending leads to near automata? First, that's the first question. Which letter leads to near automata? Oh, then it's apparently not really the real ending, because apparently according to Yoko Taro or something, near automata is actually not the yeah, Drakengard 2 follows ending A and near follows ending E. But apparently near and near automata are actually not the canon of Drakengard. Apparently it's like an alternative timeline thing. Yeah, that's what I've heard. That near automata is not like... They are, but they are not in the same timeline from what I know. Like Drakengard has its own timeline that just continues, and then Year timeline, it's like its own thing. Like, you know how Persona is a spin-off to the Shin Megami Tensei series, and sort of... Google says ending A for Drakengard is canon for the Nier game. Yeah. Which makes, right? Which basically turns it into a branching timelines sort of thing, right? It becomes sort of like branching timelines, if you think about it. Oh, nice. I really liked the play from last night, the Yorha one. I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. Why didn't you stay for all of it? Well, there's a link in the Discord, so you can always watch it. I face my ignorant, I had to take it over. Oh, okay, okay. SDL? Who is SDL? Wait, who's SDL? Oh, okay. That makes sense. Alright, anything else here? Just a few other enemies left. The way they can just stop you in your tracks annoys me. Okay, so I think I'm gonna tell you the plan after we're done. Oh my gosh. Wow, this is like hyper. This is some hyper re. Okay, we need to finish those enemies. All right. All right, let's go. Unless this level finishes me. Which is a distinct possibility. I'm pretty hurt. Oh, this spell sucks. Oh, I forgot I could do this. I keep forgetting I can do this. And then I just mess up. Okay, this sucks. I swear. Oh, what the hell? The way the character turned there. I don't appreciate it.
Imperial guards have been deployed.
There we go. Let's go. Yeah, I saw it. I saw it. I've seen it. It's fine. I've seen it. Oh yeah. It's really not good. I don't like the dodge roll in this game. It's very... If you could roll forward, that would have been... If you could like control which way you roll, that would have been something different. But as it is, it's not very good. Well, I guess I don't have to worry anymore since I just healed myself. I guess I'll just finish the level for now. We've done it. Oh, wow. I didn't even realize I had such a big maximum chain. The weapon didn't level up. Oh, it did. Oh, sorry. My mistake, it did. Oh, wow. Okay, that's pretty good. Okay, we're gonna finish this for now. I'm gonna turn the browser on. I'm gonna check the meme, which is on YouTube, so it has to be safe. Where's the... What the hell? Wait, I don't remember an enemy like that in this level that just bashes you non-stop. Is this a secret enemy? What the hell? God damn. Mentally draining workout music, Jack and Guard. But yeah. Basically, I think we're gonna end the stream for today, since we've done a big topic, we've done some drama with President Sunday, and now we can go for today and prepare for tomorrow. Gonna prepare for tomorrow. Oh. Damn. Okay, I'm gonna prepare for tomorrow. I actually still have some things to do today, even though it's 3 a.m. So I'm gonna see you. I'm gonna type in the love and solidarity thing. And heart. Love and solidarity here as well. Today's stream was short, 4 hours, but it's okay. Okay, so I'm gonna press end stream. Good night, gigglers, good night.